All right, hello and welcome to Sanctums and Spies Session 3. My name is Josh Croker. I am the Dungeon Master for this campaign. I am joined by our party who has grown slightly since our last session. Well, I guess before I say too much, we'll be getting into that a little bit later. Before we get into the recap, though, I do want to offer the chance to players to drop a little lore fact about the character that they have not dropped before in exchange for inspiration. So, players, is anybody want to drop a lore fact before the session starts?
I already have inspiration, but apparently I'm just going to hoard it forever. So
Got it.
I will. I will say what I was going to say last time, which may already be obvious. Winnie suffers from nightmares.
Okay, awesome. Very cool. Inspiration is
Can't double
is
up.
yeah. Okay.
Well, I would share something about my character, but we haven't met him yet, so I'll
Okay.
wait. I'll wait on that.
Okay. All right. All right. Totally. Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
I will keep my secrets.
That's totally okay too. Some players never ever drop one. So I totally understand wanting to keep some mystery alive. All right. So to recap where we finished off in the last session, we ended up underground with the party having investigated the hole in the pits after getting into a scuffle with some lizard folk and starting an investigation
Can you hear
into.
me?
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
We can hear you, and getting some ambient noise too. We can kind of hear the. Hey, there we go. Cool. Thank you. But we finished after the scuffle with the lizard folk. The group kind of did a little bit of investigating the hole, but then reported back to the Aurora Hold, where they were told that with the continued busyness of the Aurora Watch, that if the party would return and investigate the hole further, they would gain the favor of Den Oleos and perhaps work out an arrangement moving forward in everything that is going on in this situation. So the party decided to, after a rousing speech and persuading Den Oleos to give a little bit of resources and help out with this situation, the party spent the rest of the day doing some shopping and getting a nice hearty meal in at the Wise Spider. And the next morning, waking up, getting a little bit of time to get to know each other, plan out the day, the party headed back to the Cretes and went down the hole where they discovered some very interesting things, mainly in the form of the first room that they were in of murals, large images of different scenes from the past. It wasn't incredibly apparent how far back it was. It was apparent, though, that everything was very, very old, with a small doorway having been opened up on a wall in this room. The group traveled another 60 feet or so down a tunnel, which led to another hole. This one much smaller than the original 30 or 40 feet. And after Winnie threw a sleep spell in right away, they were confronted by the face of another lizard folk. And after the party jumped in and started tussling with these lizard folk down under the ground, noticed that there were two goblins and a bugbear who were bleeding, cut from their throats, with the blood seeping down into some kind of ritualistic arcane circle, with a shaman chanting a tune and somebody waiting in front of an altar for whatever this ritual was to be completed. With a little bit of fighting and a little bit of healing, the group was very successfully able to save the goblins and the bugbear. And at the end of the ritual, a mysterious set of bracers showed up on the altar, and although one of the scaled humanoid figures, this one different than the lizard folk, was trying to get it herself, Acacia grabbed the bracers, running back up the hole to get them to safety, while the rest of the party cleaned up and kind of decided to look around and investigate what was going on. Acacia, with the bracers up at the top of the hole, decided to put them on, feeling a large burst of powerful energy coursed through her veins that ended up in the symbol to the Everlight. That feeling of power flowing through Acacia, that's where we return to our session. We've got most of the group down in the chamber where the ritual is happening, and Acacia up at the top.
Acacia, after sort of getting this burst and everything sort of emanating towards her symbol, she's going to just try and cast light, just something simple, just to see if these bracers affect her spellcasting capability.
Okay. Are you casting light onto something, onto an object, or
On the symbol itself?
the symbol itself? Okay, you do. And when you flash, there almost seems to be a bit of green and purple energy, almost when the light flickers on. Like when you turn on the light switch, this is a very quick burst of light into the room, and you think you see a little bit of green and purple as it does, but beyond that,
No feeling of interference or anything like that.
doesn't seem to be. You cast the spell like normal. You feel the magic of the Everlight coursing through you. It's almost as if you're more of a release valve for the power of a god rather than this, divine energy coming directly from you. But you are able to feel it flowing through you still.
Good. She's gonna kind of sort of just chuckle to herself and sort of breathe this sigh of relief and step back over towards the hole and just, are you guys okay down there?
Yeah, I think we're fine. You all right up there?
Yeah, the bracers are safe. Everything's good. This is good. I'll be down, but I'll be back down in just a second. And Keisha's gonna make her way back down the hole, back to meet up with everybody else now that
Sure.
she knows it's safe.
It is still a athletics check to get down if you want to climb down. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, you're able to climb down, no problem. Getting back into the room where everybody else is. What is the rest of the Winnie and Joan and Uriah doing down here in this room at this point?
Didn't we want to get out?
Well, Winnie wants to roll the room.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, Juan would assist in that as well.
So go ahead and roll an investigation check. Each of you can roll, or one of you can roll with advantage.
Whichever you prefer.
I'll take one, you take one.
Okay. 14.
Not so great with a 4.
With a 4, okay, got it. Juan, you're a little you were a little more active in melee combat. You're still catching your breath and recovering from the fight that was just had. Winnie, you are too as well. Normally you'd be a little bit more thorough in your investigation, but you look through the room and kind of try and take some of the details in. You look at the 3 arcane circles on the ground, kind of get an idea of the shapes and some of the runes that are on them. You look at the altar, and the altar has runes on the corners of it's a rectangular shape, and on the corners where the sides meet, there's runes on each of them. And on each of the sides is a piece of armor, and on the front, gloves in some kind of circle or orb, something like that. It's very ornate, but also very functional. It doesn't seem like there's too much extra going on here. It's not, adorned with gems or anything like that. There are, at this point, 2 goblins and a bugbear who are awake and kind of starting to look a little bit confused. But you don't find much besides that. Was there anything else that you were looking for specifically?
Well, I would have searched the bodies of the dead cultists or whatever they were.
Sure.
See if there's anything of value there.
So you do. So on them, you find just a collection of simple weapons that they had. One of them had a hammer. One of them had a javelin. There were 2 spiked shields. The shaman had a wand of entangle. And the scaled humanoid, she had a spell scroll. You would actually recognize this. It's not quite a spell scroll, and you're digging through, and you see a small little bead. And as you touch it, you kind of get this feeling of arcane energy around it. It's a dunamantic type of magic where you can store a spell in a small bead like this.
Is there?
Hmm?
Does it have a spell stored in it?
It does.
Do I know what? Can I tell what the spell is?
Give me a second here. I would say roll me an Arcana check for that.
I can always identify it too if I need.
Sure. If you wanted to burn and identify, that would just give it to you right away.
Well, the Arcana is 11.
11? Hard to tell. You can tell it is a stronger spell. It is of a higher level than average.
Okay, I guess I'll burn and identify on it.
Okay.
I'll do it ritually. Everybody
Okay.
get comfortable.
Got it.
While Winnie does that, can I climb up and roll the other room? The room with the murals?
Murals? Sure. You can head back up there. Roll an investigation check.
That's a 9.
9. Okay.
No.
You do find, you look through the murals again and kind of take them in a little bit, but you don't find anything different. It looks like this room was pretty well cleaned. Besides, there's rock and rubble and limestone kind of built up, but besides that, it doesn't look like there was much kept in here.
Okay, can I take the time while Winnie is doing the identify spell to draw that portal?
Sure. Yeah, you can definitely do that. And I would say about 5 minutes or so into the ritual, 5 minutes or so for everybody else, and Gabby 5 minutes into copying the portal over. You all feel a slight rumble in the ground, just very small but distinct.
Does it feel like natural, like earthquakey, or more like something potentially moving?
Oh man, I would say roll. You can't really do insight on an earthquake. I'll give you survival or an insight check.
Okay.
That's
We'll
kind of
go
a
with
reach for insight.
survival.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll go with survival.
Got it.
An 11.
An 11?
11s.
Yeah, it's hard to
Maybe
tell. It's just a light shake. If it is something moving, it's not close.
Does
But
it
everybody
remind
feels
me?
it.
Does it remind me of what the guards described before we came down here?
Potentially. I would say potentially. It's hard to tell. It's just for a quick moment down here. You don't feel much.
So I have a question. You described some of the pictures around the ritual where they were doing the ritual as having pieces of armor on them
Mhm.
and gloves in the middle.
Bracers.
Bracers in the middle.
Bracers on the side that was facing the front. Kind of, there was the way the room was shaped. This was maybe 2/3 towards the wall. So the shape that was facing, or sorry, the side that was facing the center had a set of bracers on them.
Okay. Does it rotate?
It doesn't seem to. If you push it or move on it or anything, it seems pretty solid.
So does Winnie get the sense that other pieces of armor could be conjured up, or is this just for bracers?
Hard to tell. Yeah, hard to tell.
Do the bracers look, are they bigger, more prominent, aside from just being in the front?
The other pieces of armor don't have that it's the way it's carved in is it's like kind of a bubble over them. The other pieces of armor don't, just the bracers.
Huh. So either this is, you can dial up whatever piece of armor you want, or there are more like these, and these are the other possible pieces of armor. What are the other possible pieces of armor?
There's a helmet, boots, and a breastplate. While everybody's down there, Professor Mayfield, you are walking the streets of the Cretes neighborhood, spending some time here in the Dynasty to get some different perspectives, expand your educational horizons, maybe a little bit of knowledge that is different from what you've been used to over the course of your life. Here, though, in this Cretes neighborhood, surrounded mostly by goblins, tents, shacks. But while you're walking through the streets, you see a bit of an odd sight. Off to the left of the road, there are 2 Aurora Watch soldiers, one a half-orc, one a bugbear. They're standing over a tripod like device. It's got some pulleys at the top with a rope hanging down into a large hole. Not terribly unusual. But as you notice it, the ground beneath you starts to shake. And for a second, you almost feel like you fall, like the ground moves down and then back up. You feel a little off balance for a second, but you catch yourself. You see the 2 Aurora Watch soldiers look nervous, worried. You see them discussing something with each other and then looking around. They catch your gaze. They see you. And they start, hey, you, over here, waves the bugbear.
Okay. So I'll just describe briefly Professor Mayfield here.
Sure.
He's a half elf. He's tall, like 6'2". He's got like a lithe build. He's got black, like wavy hair, but with silver streaks. He's got the silver fox thing going on. A well-groomed beard, and he's dressed very nicely. He's got elbow patches because he's a professor, and dark clothes, and he's got a pocket watch on one hip and like a ceremonial dagger on the other. And I sort of look behind me to make sure they're not talking to someone else.
Yeah,
Whenever
no,
they're
you.
talking
Yeah,
to me,
you.
I sort of shrug, and I walk up to them.
And as you do, the half-orc speaks up this time. Do you have a few minutes? We need some help. There's some kind of movement in the ground here. We've got people underground. If you can go tell them, we can't leave this spot. We need to bring them up. If you can go down there and tell them, and he starts looking around in his pockets. There's 10 gold in it for you. Get down there. Tell them that something's going on.
I push his hand away, and I say, "Look, I'll just warn some people. Don't want anyone getting trapped, right? Anyway, I have some rope. So how deep is it? This hole?
It's pretty deep. I think they said over 400 feet.
I take out a rock and I drop it and I listen.
Quiet.
Okay.
Very, very distant.
Very
You're in the room, and a few moments after the ground shakes, you see a pebble hit the ground.
Can I do some math to see like how deep it is? I'm a
Sure.
professor. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Sure.
Right? I should know that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll me like just a general intelligence check if you're
All right.
counting the time.
Let me just roll it. Plus one. Uh,
Joel,
okay. Apparently I can't. Because I got a 5.
A 5. Hard to tell. Hard to tell because of the distance. You only pick it up very far away, and you're kind of waiting. It's quiet. You lose track
I
of time
forgot
just
the
for a
speed
second.
of. I forgot what terminal velocity is. Not as young as I used to be. 20 years ago, I would have known that. I want everyone to know. 20 years ago, I just forgot. It's okay.
The bugbear goes, sure, yeah, whatever you say. We have the rope ready, and we can pull you up when you're ready. Just yell up.
Okay. I will tie the rope sort of around my shoulder and then my waist.
Okay.
Making sure. I'm gonna give it a couple of like really solid tugs to make sure it's secure. And double check. I'm a cautious guy, I guess.
Okay.
And if everything looks good, I'm in the pit going down.
Okay.
Oh, and I'll light a torch if it's dark.
Sure. Yeah, it is up here. Yeah, for sure.
It probably would be.
So you start descending. You see the pebble hit, and then the rope that is hanging down start to wobble and shake.
how long has it been since we got down here?
Since you got down here, not terribly long. I would say probably about 35 minutes or so.
Okay. Joanne, can you come over here? I might need backup.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. And I kind of like set myself so that I can see with my extended dark vision up towards whatever's coming down, but they can't see me.
Okay. It doesn't take long with your very extended dark vision to see the description that was given for Professor Mayfield descending down the rope.
So dusty.
Joanne, do you recognize that person?
Hello?
Oh, I don't know who the fuck that is.
I guess no one's here. All right, I'll keep looking. I move further in.
Okay. You descend down and further at this point, and you get to the point where the rope stops going down a hole and opens up into a room. And there's still a bit of a ways to the floor, but you see once you move into that portion of the room, Uria and Jawan and whatever stance there or whatever position they're in here in this moment.
Now, I don't have dark vision, so the torch is my only light.
Sure.
I had dark vision when I was younger, but my eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
Okay, got it.
So also Tasha's racial option lets you choose that or a skill, and I chose the skill.
Okay.
So what's the radius? I don't think I see very far. They see me before I see them. Is what I'm saying.
Definitely, I would say you see like at this point some silhouettes that are in this room.
I lean forward and I squint a little bit. I push up I forgot to say I have glasses. I have small round glasses with the other glasses, so you look down and read with the second lens. I don't know what those are called. And I sort of push up my glasses. I lean forward a bit. Hello? Is anyone there?
Yeah. Can we help you?
Hi.
I'm behind
probably head up to the surface.
this person.
Okay.
What? No, hi. Look, my name is Morgan. There is some tremors going on up top, and it's probably not safe to be down here much longer.
Yeah, we were just wrapping up our business and headed up ourselves.
All right. What does your character look like?
Yeah, why don't the two of you give physical descriptions of your character?
So, standing in front of you is about a 3.5 foot tall halfling, very sort of tan skin, and his hair is almost matted to his head all the way around in like a very sort of thick mane, dressed in sort of mossy covered leathers and very heavy furs around his shoulders, and he has a couple short swords sort of like at the ready.
Whoa, easy, easy. You don't have to. I'm not here to hurt you, buddy.
Oh, I just don't take chances.
Okay, once bitten, twice shy. I guess. I feel you.
It's funny you say bit, because just had some lizardy people, scales, teeth.
Do I know anything about the presence of lizard people here? My character is a historian and therefore knows all the lore that I don't.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a history check.
Yes, I actually can do pretty well with those. Oh, nat 20, so 24.
24. So what you would know at this point is that there are, occasionally lizard folk who are brought in as citizens of the dynasty, but it's not very common. Here in Asarius, the city of beasts, it's fairly uncommon to see lizard folk. They tend to keep to themselves, even out here in the wastes of Jorhas. You'll find a lot in caves over, in the Penumbra range. But it's fairly uncommon, especially to see them this far into the city.
When you mention that, he gets like a little twinkle in his eye, like something excites him, and he says, "Oh, tell me, were there scales? Like were there scales vertical on their bodies or horizontal?"
I guess it depended on which way they were standing or holding their arms and neck. I mean, they're sort of stagnant, so if it's horizontal when they're looking at you and then they look up in the air, I guess that would sort of turn them vertical. So I don't know, there's some laying down there on the ground. We didn't chop them up too bad, so I guess if you wanted to take a look, we're just down
Anyway,
as he's asking about the lizard people, I come up from behind him and my axe is on his neck.
I do have a decorative warning. I don't know if that helps me or not. Otherwise, I scream like a little girl.
Okay.
What do you want with us? Why are you here? Why are you asking about the lizard people?
Hey, hello. Right. I am Morgan. Hello. I just wanted to warn you that might not be safe down here much longer.
Why do you want to know about the lizard people?
I'm a historian and thinker of sorts. I studied in my youth as part of my PhD program. I studied their migration patterns.
Can I make an insight check at the back of his head? Like,
sure, go ahead and roll an insight check.
It's 24.
24. For Professor Mayfield, if you want to roll deception or persuasion based on if he's telling the truth or not.
I can roll persuasion.
Okay.
15.
15. Oh. Okay. Is Professor Mayfield telling the truth?
Yeah.
Seems to be. Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just going to bonus action disengage and take just a step away. I don't really like the X on my throat.
Okay.
And then I'm going to turn around and what do I see?
You see a tall, very tan, half-elf woman with purple hair and just blue, like, ceremonial robes and armor, holding a shield with a purple gem in the center and an axe with a blade that looks like waves on it.
Do I recognize the meaning of the ceremonial robes? I'm a half and a historian. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and roll another history check.
Yeah, sure. All right. Big money. Okay. I got a 5, but I'm going to use my ability that I can roll if I fail a skill check because of the psychic thing, which is new.
Okay.
Where is it? I don't know. We'll see. I can roll a d6, which I will do, and add it to that. So now it's a 7, which is apparently
7. I would say hard to tell where the
No.
ceremonial robes are from. You think maybe Taldore, but besides that, it's hard to tell.
Okay. Well, I'm not one to boss other people around. Just wanted to warn you all, you lovely people, that again, might not be safe down here much longer. I'm sort of slowly backing away towards the rope. Anyway, come up at your own pace. And it really wasn't nice to meet you, because you scared me with a blade to my throat. But that's fine too. All right, and then I'm gonna start.
While you're saying that, you hear as the ground starts to shake again. Professor Mayfield, you feel that it feels less intense than the one up top. You're not sure if it feels more intense up top or down here, but everybody feels the ground shaking again. What is Acacia and Winnie doing down in the room further down?
Oh, has Winnie finished her identify spell?
Yeah, the identify would have gone off at this point, probably right about the time of the second shake. And it is a dimension door bead brought about by an arcane abeyance.
Dimension door, arcane abeyance. So it goes poof in an hour. Or less than an hour. How much time can we tell how much time it has left on it?
At this point, not very long. Probably just a few minutes.
So they put the spell in there while we were fighting, or just before? Interesting. They were going to poof out with the bracers.
That's what it sounds like. I guess it would make the most sense. I mean, whatever these things are, they're powerful. And you see Acacia kind of like looking at them, and like this is kind of like the first time that you've like noticed that they are like that she has them strapped on.
Yeah, so I recommend we get out of here, and then once we get somewhere safe, I really would like to take a look at those if you don't mind.
Absolutely. You're probably way more knowledgeable on this than me.
Well, I don't know, but does Winnie have a sense as to whether the tremors they're experiencing are coming from below them or else coming from like inside this below them or from somewhere else?
I'll say if you want to roll a survival check also, you can try and get an idea of that.
That's survival.
Can I assist with that if I have knowledge of tremor patterns that I studied?
I would say no, because you're not in the room. Yeah, if you guys have been in the same room and met so far, I would say so. But
I was thinking someone else did it. Never mind.
Well, I got a 9, so
a 9. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I would say that, man, with a 9, man, it's tough. It's a shake that is not something you've experienced in the Creeds neighborhood before, is what I'll say.
Oh, so that's new and this is new. I'm guessing they're related, but let's get out of here. So let everybody go on up and I'll come up last.
Yeah, I'll let her. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want me to just have everybody else?
Yeah, if you fall, I can more easily catch you coming down than if you fall from behind me.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I'll head up to let everybody know. And Acacia's gonna start scaling the hole to get back up to the first level.
Okay.
Winnie's just gonna stand at the bottom of the hole and watch everybody go up with a feather fall loaded and ready.
Got it. Acacia makes it up safely. Winnie, you're able to follow.
So up from the hole, Professor, you see a very fair-skinned human with this just fire red hair in this somewhat heavy gold and silver armor with a almost obnoxiously large shield strapped to her back.
As you climb up, the professor will offer like a hand to help if you need it.
Oh, hi. Who are you?
I think we're pretty far
Hello.
away from where they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say this hole is kind of down a little bit of a hallway, probably 50 or 60 feet from that room.
Hello, I'm Professor Mayfield, but well, I'm retired now, so I guess you can just call me Morgan. What's your name?
Um,
Are
hi.
you a young person, by the way? Do you look young? Because I'm an old
Yes.
man. Okay.
Yes.
I say, what's your name, young lady?
Acacia. It's nice to meet you, Professor.
And I give a firm hand. What's the tradition? Is it handshakes? Do we bow here? What's the tradition?
Handshakes.
Yeah.
Handshakes. All right, then I will offer a handshake.
Could do maybe a hearty wrist clasp, you know.
Yeah.
Bro hug.
And coming out of the tunnel where the hole was is Winnie. Why don't you give a description of yourself next?
All right, so scrambling out of the hole, you see a bugbear in kind of tattered robes with a wooden shield and a book strapped to her side, um, with brown sort of nondescript robes and a hood. She scrambles up and stands up to her full, I don't know, 6 foot and change, I guess. Small for a bugbear, but still pretty hefty there.
Yeah, we're about the same height, roughly. Okay.
Okay, great. Oh, well, hello. Thanks for the warning. I'm Winnie.
Hi, I'm Morgan. Uh, Pleasure to meet you. And then I put out my hand. I can't tell. I can't call you young lady because. Sorry, this is not me saying in character. I was just like, because I don't know how old. I don't know how to tell old bugbears from young bugbears.
Yeah,
So I don't bother guessing. I just say hello.
yes, it's a well. I don't have any gray in my fur, but it takes a while to get that. But,
Sure.
yes, hello.
Was there anyone else down there with you? Is that everyone? Don't want to leave anyone, right?
Other
I
than
assume
the
I was gonna say
lizards.
at this point, two goblins and another bugbear would come following out, just like, hi, um, uh, hi, everybody. Thank you. I think for just kind of looking around. Thank you for saving us. I think I'm not sure how we ended up down here, but can you all help us out?
I think you must have been kidnapped. Are you guys all right? Do you know how to get home?
Not from here. I just woke up here. Yeah, me too. This is the other one. Bugbear.
Do
We were all.
Do you live in the Cretes? Because that's where we are.
Yeah. Yeah. And they kind of all look at each other. They nod their heads. Yeah, they all live in the creek.
So I'm standing, still axed out with my shield between Professor and the rope. So I'm gonna kind of like make a space so that the goblins and the bugbear can go up.
Okay. They start to move forward. Just up here. Do we just climb? Okay. Thank you again. We would all be dead if it weren't for you. So, thank you. Who do we? I don't know who all of you are.
Oh well, I'm Winnie.
Juwan.
I'm Acacia.
Udia.
Quick question: what's the weather like right now?
Outside, it kind of looks fine. It's clear weather. It is autumn right now, so it's a little bit cold, but it is clear today. Although right now there's not much. It's underground, so there's not much weather.
Oh, wait, I thought we
conditions
just
here.
climbed out of underground, or are we still
No,
underground?
still there.
Okay. And then I just say, "Oh, hello. I'm Morgan." But he sort of looks like he was looking at his pocket watch and sort of smiling warmly, and then sort of snapped back to reality when he realized like people were talking.
Okay. Well, thank you all. I do. He can looks and gives the other one an elbow. Do you have anything for them? No, I don't have anything for them. I just woke up and I was almost killed. I was like, shut up, you two.
No payment is necessary.
You can just go up.
Just
Everything's fine.
All right. Thank you again. And they start to climb up. And as you see them start to make the climb, you see that the rope starts to ascend with them on it, and they go, and starts getting pulled up, presumably by the half-orc and the bugbear at the top of the hole. You wait just a couple minutes, and the rope drops back down again.
Well, in my younger years, I would have said that the elderly should go first. Now that I'm old, I don't really want to go first. Someone else go.
I mean, I'm not trying to be buried inside here. You ain't got to tell me twice. And Juwan grabs the rope and starts to ascend.
And almost on cue for Juwan saying that, hear a loud reverberation. And more than like the sound of it, you feel the reverberation of it through the ground. You start to feel the ground shake more as now pieces of the top of this room with the murals start to break. Small at first, but the shaking doesn't stop.
Keisha's immediately kind of recognizing that things might get hairy, and I'm going to activate my Pearl of Power for getting back a first level spell slot.
Okay.
Does it seem as if the rumbling was coming in from deeper into the cave?
I would say at this point, now that it's a bigger noise, you felt that reverberation. You see a cloud of dust coming up through that tunnel that led to the room that you were in where the ritual happened. So you can feel this strong shape kind of coming from there, and you see this cloud of dust. You can presume that, kind of the center point of whatever this was probably around that room.
Hurry, when he's like motioning everybody to get up there. Hurry up.
Juwan gets on the rope. Everybody else hopping onto the rope and starting to climb.
I'll be last.
Okay.
I'll be second to last.
Okay.
It's better if I'm last.
I'm not letting this man behind me. Absolutely not. I'll kill him if I do that.
Okay. I have studied conflict de-escalation as part of my dissertation, so I'm not going to respond to that.
I'll go up in between you. Somebody go, and then I'll go. But Winnie should be the last. She has magic that can keep us safe.
I hope everyone knows that Juwan is not waiting for y'all to decide who's behind him. He is making his way up the rope.
Okay. And as everybody kind of takes a moment to figure out what the order is, you all get on and start to feel the rope ascending again. As you kind of, rather than starting to climb, you grab on and hold on and are slowly pulled up out of this hole. You get to the top and see the sunlight again as you break out, and you all pull yourselves over the edge, seeing the half-orc and the bugbear from the Aurora Watch pulling a rope on each side of the tripod, using the pulley system to bring you all up. And as you do, the ground up here is still shaking. The half-orc, what's going on? What did you all do?
Well, this is just a wild guess, but I think there might be something following us or erupting or something going on down there.
All we did was stop a ritual from what I gathered.
Can I ask him in Orcish, do you know who this is?
He responds back in Orcish, we asked them for help to come grab you when we felt the tremors.
Okay, I'll put my weapons away.
Okay. Hold on. I have a question, just a quick one. My telepathy ability, if I use that, like as I hear them speaking Orcish, does that mean I understand what they're saying? Or does it only work if they think it at me on purpose?
Is it like a mind reading ability, or like you can communicate with somebody?
It's a
telepathically?
communicate one, so I might be stretching it. Which, look, if it is that way, that's cool. I'm not
Yeah, I
saying.
would say so. Yeah, telepathy wouldn't allow you
Okay.
to understand the language of
I
somebody
just wanted to
speaking.
double check.
Yeah,
That's
for
all.
sure. Okay, ground still shaking. Start to see dust coming from the main hole. You can hear rocks falling down this tunnel now. Is everybody staying in this area, or what are you all doing?
Winnie
should-
starts backing up real fast.
Okay.
Beep, beep, beep.
I follow.
We should probably head back towards the Aurora Hold, let them know what we found.
As you all look around, probably out to 200, 300 feet around you, you start to see people who are getting alarmed at the shaking, not just around the hole, but around this whole area.
I'm sorry. Where did you say you needed to get back to?
Back to the Aurora Hold, where with the individual who sent us out to investigate the hole.
What a coincidence! I was just about to head there myself.
Can I just like nudge Acacia and just like shake my head? Just
Acacia's like so having like a moment right now of like that this person might need help in finding it, and Viria's like, no, don't trust him, but that goes against everything that Acacia feels. She's just like, huh, like back, like eyes just like back and forth like between them, and just goes, oh wait, what's going on over there? And she like turns and heads towards like a group of people that look like they're freaked out by what's going on to go over and try to help calm them.
As you start walking over in that direction, the ground almost drops. I need everybody to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, something I'm good at. I hope. We'll see.
That is a 18 for Jawan.
Okay.
20 for Professor.
21 for Winnie.
21 for
It's a 19 for Acacia.
Wow. So everybody feels this drop of the ground as it then shifts back up, and everybody stumbles as they're moving, but everybody's able to catch their footing, stay up, and continue what they were doing. Acacia, you were moving towards a group who was looking panicked. What is everybody else doing after this large lurch from the ground?
Question. Does it feel like an earthquake, or does it feel like something's coming up out of the ground?
Go ahead and roll a survival check up here now at this point.
At this point, because we are in the same place, I'm going to ask if I can assist, because I studied earthquake and tremor patterns in one of the early dynasty periods to see how they formed land masses as part of
that's
the
fine.
different pieces.
Sure.
I rolled an 18.
Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Roll again. Okay. Hold on. Was that survival again?
Yeah.
12 second time.
So 18. 18 is enough. So after having a quick discussion with Professor Mayfield about it, it doesn't feel like an earthquake or like something that is coming out of the ground. It almost feels like pieces of the ground are collapsing. You're reminded of sinkholes.
Sinkholes. And does it feel like it's centered here where?
Oh, sure. In this area, for sure. Right around the hole.
All right. Clear the hole. Winnie just starts yelling to everybody. She's yelling in common. She's yelling in Goblinoid, the speech of the Cretes. She's just screaming at everybody, clear the area, as loud as she can.
If I look down I've stayed behind. If I look down at the hole, has the hole changed in any way?
Yeah, definitely. You can't even see to the bottom of it anymore. It looks like either rocks have started to build up beneath it, but you cannot see like that point where you can see up to 300 feet. There's now it's covered by rock. If you were to try to go down this hole again, it would be blocked.
Okay.
And Winnie's using minor illusion to yell as loud as she can. If you can hear this, run further away.
Between Winnie screaming that and me seeing that, I grab both of the Aurora Watch that are next to me and I tell them to go get the people out of here.
Okay. They kind of look at each other. All right. And they start running over to the tents and start yelling their own warnings. Go, go, get as far away as you can. Grabbing up. There's a small goblin child. One of them scoops up and goes to, throws it off to another goblin who's running away. Get out of here. Go, go. They start helping. Between Winnie's efforts and Uria's urging of the Aurora Watch, start to clear out the people from this area. How far is everybody moving away?
Well, I can bonus action dash, so pretty far. I'm very quick for my age. You guys, you don't really expect it, but Professor's got legs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to move. I'm gonna move a good 100 feet away.
Okay.
While trying to scoop up anybody left. I'm scooping them up, shoving them out of the way, but I think Winnie wouldn't stop until she was at least 100 feet clear.
Okay. 100 feet away, still shaking. Still
All right,
feeling.
keep going, I guess.
Okay.
Joanne continues to move with the crowd until like some semblance of like the shaking has ceased or he's far enough away from it.
Okay. As you all move further and further out, looking back to the area where the hole is, it almost starts to form this bowl of dirt, kind of as the ground beneath it seems to fall in almost like a crater. Not one that's made by impact, but by everything falling beneath the ground in that area. As you all move further away, you finally get about 400 or 500 feet away to a space where it feels like the ground is no longer shaking. It's no longer full of turbulence. And you all look back and see now that from the center, there is just destruction around this area. All of the small tents have been knocked over. There's been enough shaking and jostling for a good few blocks of the Crete's neighborhoods to be now mostly destroyed. And with dust coming up off of the top, you all kind of stand around, looking around at the crowds that have gathered around what's going on as people start to ask questions. What happened? What? Somebody go get the watch. Is anybody hurt? Questions and whispers in the crowd as people start to take account of themselves, find those who's important to them.
Can I turn to Winnie and go, do you want to see your family?
Yeah. Where is Winnie's home located in relationship to the?
Especially being on a farm, it would be on the outskirts. So what you would consider looking now, you can almost see, not quite circular, but you can almost see the perimeter of where this area of ground is that fell. And very quickly, you know that your family would be safe from this zone.
Okay. Yeah, they're further out, so they should be okay. They should be this time of day. Is this in the middle of the day?
Yeah, middle of the day. Yeah.
This time of day, they should all
closer
be
to morning. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they should all. They're early risers. They should all be out on the farm. They shouldn't even be in town right now. Actually.
Okay, that's good. You okay?
I'm okay. I think. Is everybody else okay?
Acacia is sort of wandering through like different crowds of people to make sure that if looking for anybody who could potentially be injured, to try and offer assistance.
Sure. You do find an older orc woman who looks like she has a broken leg from tripping while trying to run away. Besides that, most of it's just scratches, cuts, and bruises. Nothing super serious. Doesn't sound like anybody is, worried about missing people or anything like that. But the destruction of the area is quite obvious. People are starting to look concerned with every passing second.
Has this
Gods.
happened before?
It's never happened in my lifetime.
Yeah, Winnie wouldn't remember anything happening like this here in Asarius. This is not something that is in Winnie's memory at all for the time that she's lived here.
Gods,
Does
this
it
is
seem to
why I
be
hate the
stable
seas.
now?
What was the question?
Does it seem to be stable now?
After a few minutes, the dust starts to settle a little bit. Shaking seems to have stopped.
I turn to Joanne and go, we have finally something in common, even if I don't like your friends.
Yeah. Just hate the cities when stuff like this happens. Feel trapped. Everywhere you turn is another building, some wall to run into. Out in the wilderness, if I need to get away from something, I just go. I don't like this. We need to figure out what's going on, or we need to get out of town. Because I'm not trying to stick around to see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. From where we can see, where the furthest point in the tunnel system that we went, which was the ritual chamber, is that also where I would expect it to be? Is that also collapsed in?
Yeah, I would say the distance that everything was where you guys were underground certainly would be covered in this area that looks like it's collapsed. And we're not talking like the whole area is a pit now. It's not like there's a canyon in the middle of the neighborhood, but there is definitely like a small, probably at its depths, probably 15 to 20 feet below where it used to be, which is still quite a bit, but we're not talking like, you're looking down into the depths of Exandria at this point.
Does it seem like it's something that occurred by accident, given the kind of the new excavation that had been going on down there, or does it seem like it was caused intentionally?
It's hard to tell. Even with that high survival roll, it's hard to tell specifically, but it would be hard to think it wasn't related somehow, considering the timeline of the ritual and how quickly this happened afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I guess as much as I hate to say it, I think we should probably head to the Aurora hold and report this to Denolios.
Who's taking me up on the wager that he's going to send us out to deal with it this time? Because I'm ready to make money.
I don't know what can be done for this. Fill it in, I guess.
I think it's doing a well enough job on its own filling itself in.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sends us back out, but if there's more money involved, then I mean, plus if this professor guy, knows something about earthquakes and tremors, and he might not be a bad brain to keep around, I guess.
Don't you think it's a little suspicious that a person with expertise in earthquakes just so happened to show up right next to the cave system that just collapsed as we were stopping a ritual?
I mean, no more of
Not exactly a coincidence. I've been trying to follow the patterns of the tremors, and they led me here. I mean, look, the models that we have, okay, admittedly, they could use a tiny bit of work. I get it, but I'm working on it, and I think I'm onto something. So yeah, I mean, I was able to get here, so that's good, right?
I mean, it's no more coincidence than me running into Juan after talking to Denolios about finding, people to help us. Sometimes the Everlight just leads people in into our path that need to be there. I just take it as a sign, I guess.
I was always told not to trust signs.
Wait, what? Who told you that?
I'm. I mean, I guess everybody has a different belief system, but
Okay.
I mean, well, I guess we'll see what what they have to say. What they want us to do from here, and
Hmm.
I mean, you're okay in my book, at least. You haven't given me a reason to not trust you.
Well, I appreciate that mightily. While you're talking, every time you talk about him, he starts fidgeting with his wedding ring on his finger. It's got like a Mars-colored stone in it, and it's a silver band.
Everything about this guy doesn't make me want to trust him. Like, absolutely nothing about this guy makes me want to trust him.
You don't like married guys?
No, just like the fidgety, like nothing about it makes it my character's just like, nope, nope, this is not, nope. All right. I mean, we can go back. I do want to know if, do you think there's more of those sites under either Asarius or other places in Jorhas?
I mean, I'm sure something like that, at least the murals and stuff seemed grand enough that there's no way that much effort was put into decorating the walls in a space that small. There has to be more to what's underneath Asarius.
Yeah, there's at least 3 more, I'm betting. One for the helmets, one for the boots, and one for the breastplate.
But do you think they would all be here, or do you think they would be like spread out?
That I don't know. Yeah, they could be all over the world for all we know.
I really wish I could talk to somebody about this, but
Well, I think as soon as we get a moment, I'd really like to take a look at those bracers. Maybe that will give us some clues.
yeah.
Well, I think checking in with Den Oleos and absolutely I want to look at these bracers and understand them more, because the power coming out of them is strange. Not in a bad way, it's just strange.
Well, if we have 10 minutes, I can look at them now, and I don't think you want to let Den Oleos get their eyes on those.
I sure don't.
I mean, I can always just take them off and put them in my bag.
I hope that's enough
Mm.
to keep them away from them.
Unless they plan on searching me, and I don't see that happening.
Have things calmed down for now? Things are kind of stable? Oh, you're muted, Josh.
Thanks. Yeah, they've calmed down at this point. The dust is settling even more now. People are starting to clean up already, gather their things where they can, move to a different spot if they need to. But you see that things seem to have settled. No more shaking of any kind for the last few minutes.
Okay. Well, let's scooch into this alley here, and can I take a look at those, Acacia?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna take the bracers off and hand them to Winnie for her to do stuff with.
Can I also do like I don't know if it would be like religion or arcana, but just like, are there any symbols on the bracers themselves?
Sure. So the braces themselves, they have the metal themselves is like a black color with a gold trim, kind of an outline on it, and it seems that there are bits of silver and gold kind of placed into them, just almost to give like a bit of a sparkle in when now that they're up in the sun and in the light. And then right in the back center of the palm, or sorry, not on the palm, but like right beneath where the palm would be, kind of has a little bit of a design. It's a diamond with another diamond inside of it, kind of in shape, not an actual diamond, that has some kind of rune or symbol on the inside of it. But beyond that, nothing that would be recognizable
Okay, so I don't.
specifically.
So neither Acacia nor I recognize that diamond symbol in the back.
No,
Okay.
no. This wouldn't be a symbol that either of you would have seen before. Yeah. I would say you can roll. Roll. Let's see, just a general intelligence check.
Okay, and I was trying to identify them.
Yeah, correct. Right.
Okay.
I got a 10.
22.
10. Okay.
12.
12. Okay. So when you notice as you're doing this identify ritual, man, that gold and silver kind of speckled into them really gives the illusion of stars. And what's it look like as you set up this ritual?
Well, so she would kind of sit down on the ground, and set the bracers in front of her, and put some of the items that she uses for the spell casting. She gets her pearl out. She's a very precious pearl to her, and she sets that down in front of her, along with some owl feathers that she puts around. And she needs one more. Owl, can I have one? She plucks a feather from Owl. Thank you, dear, and starts making some signs over, and concentrates, and then at the end puts her hand on the bracers.
Okay.
And concentrates.
It's interesting because you've gone through the identify spell many times. And afterwards, you always get this definitive feeling of what the item is. But this is different. You do get a name. You feel the title of these bracers comes to you with this identify spell. Bracers of the Cosmos. But in trying to identify the specific features of these bracers, what they do, what magical power they offer, it's not that you hit a wall. It's more like you hit a well. It is potentiality. Something you're used to as a carnagist. You're not sure what it means. But this is the first time you've ever identified an item like this and had the thought, I wonder if this does different things for different people. That's the only way you could explain the fact that it's in flux, in a state of superposition almost. Potential.
Huh. And does she know if they might require attunement?
They do require attunement.
Okay.
And as you're kind of feeling that raw power that's in there, that potentiality, that same feeling that Acacia was feeling, you do at least get the sense that they do provide extra protection for the wearer as well. In terms of game mechanics, these do offer a +1 to your AC while you wear them.
So, Acacia, I think when you're able, you should put these on and become familiar with them. And then I'd like to study them while you're wearing them.
Okay, yeah, I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, but I think you should hide them from Denolios first. They're not to be trusted.
That's fair.
A quick note: while the ritual is going on, because it takes a few minutes, the professor is just taking out a map and unfolding it, and there's like X's where the earthquakes have been, and he's doing like looking up and thinking, and then like marking where stuff was happening just now, and then puts it away, stopping occasionally to open the pocket watch, and then kind of smile a bit, and then go back.
Okay, got it. What about Joanne? What's Joanne doing during the ritual?
sort of pacing nervously. Like I said, he's very like unsettled, sort of feels trapped. Um, at one point in time, when the professor sort of pulls out his stuff, he will walk over and just kind of look over his shoulder, just to kind of see what he's doing. Out of nothing more than to just give his brain something else to think about, other than the fact that he's kind of stuck.
The when he opens the pocket watch, you see there's like a bunch of colorful little like markings on the inside and some dates, like a little mark next to each date. I don't know what the dates are. There's like one has a heart, one is a flower, one is like a smiley face. They look like they could have been drawn like by like they're very simple and crude, but also colorful.
Noted.
He's not trying to hide it. Like he's just doing things.
Sure. Okay. Jawan notes that as he sees.
Yeah, and before the professor finishes, he'll sort of give space and walk away and kind of go back to his pacing.
Okay.
I'll go up to Joanne while this is going on and just go, do you want to go hunting soon?
Honestly, anything to get me out of the town probably wouldn't be bad. And, hunting
Yeah.
can bring quite a thrill.
Let's see if we can get the afternoon off and go kill something.
Get the afternoon off. You just take it off. You don't go get work. Sometimes, man, people in their jobs just, oh, I have
Listen,
to ask off. I've got to make time. Just make the time. Go look at the
have you met
trees.
Acacia?
I mean, yesterday.
Okay. So I'm sure that you can understand why I can't just take the time off. I feel like she'd be very upset if I just take the time off. And I do not want to upset my friend.
I mean, I learned a long time ago. You can control your actions and your feelings, but you can't really control anyone else's feelings. They're sort of responsible for them themselves. So maybe it's something Acacia might need to think about and give her friends some space. I don't
Yeah.
know, like I said, I just met her yesterday. I don't want to assume anything horrible about her or anything. She seems nice.
She's great. She's the best of us. And I don't want to let her down. So yeah. But yeah, we should go hunting because I also don't like the city.
Like I said, just take the time. Let me know.
Yeah.
Okay. Were Acacia and Winnie doing the attunement and identify before going back to the Aurora Hold, or did you guys want to do the Aurora Hold first?
No, well, because attunement takes an hour, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
so it's just down the road. Hide them for now.
Identify bracers in
we-
the bag, attunement later.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool.
Maybe this evening or something, you know.
Sure. Okay, got it. Okay. Then while everybody heads back to the Aurora Hold, then I'm gonna take a quick 30-second bathroom break and be right back. Okay. So as everybody makes their way through the Creets neighborhood, back to the Aurora Hold, it's not a long walk. And there's a little bit of a somber attitude as everybody moves back this time, with everybody really feeling a little bit of the scope about what just happened. That was overall more than the group had signed up for, to just investigate a hole. Really, in the beginning, not even to investigate a hole, to calm the minds of the Creets neighborhood. It's turned into something much more. But you get back to the hold, the impressive sight that it is. It's gray stone and its dark tinted windows, the 3-story spire with its cathedral-like looks. The the main spire, 3 stories tall. Able to see it even back from the Crease neighborhood when you start the walk. There's no need for a map. You can see it anywhere in the city, with its ridged pagoda-like edges. You return to the front doors. You know behind these are the foyer, which leads to the 2 doors that you could call somebody to speak to. As you walk through these front doors, you see the light coming through the stained glass windows into this entrance area with the 2 doors and 2 ropes. Use the familiar rope. Call the attendant. It's the human again. Slick back hair. Answers to see the 5 of you. Yes, what can I do for y'all?
We wanted to come and give a report from the Creets. Things kind of went south very quickly.
There's certainly been some odd reports from that area that have been quickly filing in. Give me a moment. With a serious look on his face, he goes back in.
Nasty shoes on couch again.
Okay. Verlis comes out a short time after, and with a quick but obviously disdainful look to the feet being up on the couch in this foyer, looks to the 5 of you. What happened?
So we went down into the hole. We discovered these incredibly intricate murals carved into the walls. As we got deeper, there were some lizard folk attempting to cast some type of ritual. There were 3 individuals that they intended to sacrifice. Luckily, we saved them and we handled the lizard folk down below. And as we were getting ready to leave and come back up, the entire area down there just began collapsing in on itself. This individual, and Acacia gestures back to Morgan, this individual seems to have some deeper understanding about just the tremors in general. Obviously, not this one specifically, but maybe some kind of understanding as to how or why these things are occurring, and maybe a possibility of, I don't know, maybe knowing where the next one might happen. And she says that, she kind of looks back at Morgan with this sort of also inquisitive, soft inquisitive of please tell me that you have some kind of understanding so this can be prevented.
And Professor Mayfield sees this drow that they're talking to. Gray skin, silver hair with some very nice ornate purple robes. And as Acacia mentions him and gestures in the look, interesting. And where do your allegiances lie? So have Professor Mayfield there?
My eyes are
Yes.
drilling
Oh,
in
there
the
we
back of his head.
What's in the back of my head now?
Verlis Oleos is after Acacia mentions the professor, uh, gives a look and asks, "Where do your allegiances lie?"
The allegiances. Look, I'm not really one for politics these days, but my allegiance is with the people of any and every nation.
Interesting.
Can I do an insight check on the professor?
Sure, go ahead and roll an insight check.
23.
23.
I am telling the truth.
Okay.
I really just want people to be okay.
Arya gets a sense that he's being sincere. Verlis looks back and says, "Well, if you all trust him, then perhaps it is a contract with the group rather than each of you as individuals. Tell me, though, what evidence do you have of all this? What do you have that I can show of what you found?"
I mean, there's the 3 individuals who we saved.
I see.
The
And have you
drawings I
brought them
made.
along?
And yeah, Yuria did some sketches of the murals that were down there.
I see. I'd like to see those.
Sure, I just opened my journal and
Send
just,
them over. Okay.
yeah. I kind of like skip over like my diary entries and just like show him the.
Okay. He starts rifling through. And the 3 who you saved, did you bring them along with you? The testimony would be quite valuable.
They were quite eager to get home as they'd been kidnapped and didn't really know how they ended up there, so it, I guess, felt more pertinent to get them home. But I mean, if history has shown anything, at least in the last 2 days, that I can guarantee you that who they are will be known soon. They probably won't be silent about their experience.
Understood. And did you get their names?
No, we didn't think to ask. We were more concerned for their safety than identifying them. And like Acacia's now starting to get like this confused, like frustrated, like what the hell? Like we were more concerned about their safety than we were identifying them. We're not members of the Aurora Watch. We were sent to help people, and that's exactly what we did.
I understand. However, it is a group of you who witnessed all these things. If what you say is true, then this is far larger scope than we had expected. And
Could you use their blood to locate them?
Can we give a look? That would be helpful, yes?
I stick my hand out. I had to touch one of them to make sure they were okay.
Yes. And he pulls out kind of like a silk handkerchief and hands it to you.
I like very obviously scrub my hands, my nasty, dirty, blood-covered hands with a silk handkerchief and give it back.
He takes it back. Doesn't seem to hesitate at all. Well, I understand that you all might be a bit frustrated with my insistence on evidence. But from my standpoint, taking this to those above me, I know that they will be asking the same questions. I don't mean to confront you. I simply mean to get an understanding of what happened, what we know about what happened, and also what we don't know. This seems oddly timed with the Umavi appearing in less than a week. May I keep this book to transcribe the pictures that you took, or that you drew?
You have 20 minutes.
That will be sufficient. And he gets his eyes kind of tighten a little bit. What did you all find? This is more. Is there anything that you were able to bring out from this hole? From this, what is obviously much more than a hole? Anything that I can take to those above me to show them evidence of these very grand claims?
Winnie will step forward with the bead. One of them had this.
He places his hand out. I see. This is telling in and of itself. Well, he kind of gives a look that is trying to be reassuring. It's not really annoyance that you catch in the glimpse, but of a concern for the next steps. This will take some study. This will need to be escalated. I would discuss this with Lady Olios herself. If she finds it to be truthful, if she finds it warrants more attention, then perhaps we can inform the Umavi when they get here as well. Would you all be willing to stay in Asarius for the next week until they arrive, so that you can give your report to them if that is what needs to happen?
I was planning on going out for a hunting trip. Is it really necessary? I mean, you have your Aurora Watch, just send them back into the hole. We're not a force to be used to police the community or investigate. This job description just keeps getting longer and longer. I don't know. I'll be around if you need me, but I'm not making promises or caveats, as it were.
It is understandable. I do not ask that you don't make trips outside the city, but in a week's time, your reports, your eyewitness testimony, that will be the evidence we have. I'll be frank with you. The power that the Umavi have, along with those around them, will easily be able to tell the truth in what you say.
The professor sort of raises a hand and pushes his glasses up. I would just like to note that if you require the testimony of survivors, you will need to be very careful. I studied civilian victims of a war attack in a halfling village as part of my history PhD. And I very quickly discovered that if you just go around to people who have been through some trauma and you just say, "What happened? Tell me, give me details, please," you are not respecting sort of their health and well-being. So, no, I'm not an expert in that myself, but it might be helpful to bring along a counselor or something to make sure that they, really are recovering well before we just try to squeeze them for information.
That is understood. Do you feel that I'm squeezing you all for information?
No, not us. I meant the well, I don't know. I speak only for myself, but I meant the people who you said were kidnapped, and then you let them go. The two goblins and the orc, right?
Bugbear. is what.
Oh, sorry, bugbear. Yes, my character knew that. I didn't.
Sure. Yeah. I will make sure that we are gentle and not questioning. But please understand, this must be gotten to the bottom of. You're telling me there's ancient chambers beneath the Sawyers? These drawings are not of anything recent.
There are ancient chambers everywhere in Exandria, and you know this. Don't patronize us and act as if these questionings are just for knowledge to make sure that you're giving information to the lady that is relevant. You're trying to make sure we are not the ones that did this. And I understand, but you are going to have to do a much better job at questioning me than this frankly pathetic example.
I would say give me either a persuasion or intimidation check on that one.
$17.
Okay. So far, all of you have done what has been asked of you. That is understandable. I'm not saying that I found any kind of wrongdoing here. What is it that you might ask of me in return for what you have done? How can I help in this situation? What can Den Oleos do to help the five of you?
I don't want to speak for everyone because I know everyone's motivations may be different, but at least from my perspective, is I feel like Denolios can start by helping the people in the Creeds. This has obviously affected them directly and is destroying their homes, and I don't feel like it would hurt all of you to financially assist with the rebuilding of the Creeds properly.
You're not wrong. Especially with the Sky Sybil being one of the Umavi to be here next week. We will make sure it's taken care of.
The professor again raises a finger, and his glasses keep slipping, so he keeps pushing them up. And he says, "Yes, excuse me. I've been tracking the shaking in the ground, and I'm looking to coordinate my data with others who may also be researching it. You know, redundancy is terribly inefficient. Do you know where I might find people who are studying that sort of thing?"
Certainly. Mostly purple worm handlers keep quite a bit of attention on the rumblings and shakings of the earth in Jorhas. Tell me, are you able to determine what of your rumblings are natural and what are purple worms themselves? Maybe the dynasty creating tunnels.
I don't actually know. DM, am I able to do that?
I would say that there may be like one or two instances. Maybe something you've had an inkling of, like maybe this is happening because you've heard about the dynasty tunneling under Wildmount and using those tunnels to go through. So at this point, it's more of a theory. Him saying this is kind of like, oh, that's a data point to kind of bring up that my theory might be a little closer than I thought.
Yeah. So I say, I think I've really got something, but in order to be doubly sure, I would need to coordinate with those handlers you mentioned.
And I will make arrangements.
Please. Also, I really need some good wine. It's been too long. I've been here for a little over a week, and I've been so busy. You can't. What kind of life is life without good wine, right? So, do you know where I can get some?
Yes, I believe this group can point you to the Wise Spider if you're looking for the closest thing around here in the North Roads. We also have a variety of taverns and bars around, depending on which neighborhood you're looking for. There is, let's see, he's trying to remember some of them. He says that there is if you're looking for something where there's a bit more of a fighting and gambling going on, you can always visit the Tough Tusk Tavern.
Oh no, my fighting days are long behind me. I will definitely not have any combat encounters in the near future. Totally won't happen.
Well then, the Wise Spider here in the North Roads. Down in the Creeks, there is also, I believe it's called the Drinking Tent. It's where a lot of goblins gather to drink. I don't know that it's an actual tavern, so more is just a place where they sell alcohol and everybody gathers. But if you're looking for something a little bit bigger, Waste Refuge is just on the outside of town.
Well, I will be going somewhere later, and anyone who wants to join, first round's on me.
Well, perhaps if all of you, he kind of looks at Juan, need a bit of incentive to stay. We could outfit each of you with a small dwelling, one that is typically set aside for the Aurora Watch. Cabin-like. It'd be yours to call your own, at least until otherwise agreed upon. Give you a place to stay, to call home for now, while you're here at least. I'm also in charge of making sure that the Aurora Watch is kept busy on the off hours. I do have a number of jobs that can be done around town, unrelated to this. But I must ask that you stay and speak to the Umavi. Even if you don't stay for the next however many days, I ask that you return in 6 days for their arrival. Give me time to research this. We'll speak again before their arrival. We can discuss what your group has found and what I have found with my resources.
Does this individual seem to speak from a place of genuine concern or more self-interest?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
13.
13. You can almost sense a little bit of both. It's almost in this conversation there is concern. You can see the concern easily. With a 13, there is a lot of concern in this face. But also something else. I don't want to say excitement fully, but there's opportunity there. And he sees that. With a 13, I'd say that's what you get.
Okay.
I'll follow Acacia's lead, whatever she wants to do.
I mean, I don't think having a dwelling in town would be bad. You know, give us a little bit of a home base that's not a tavern. It would be a nice change of pace.
Well, then I will make the arrangements if that is agreeable to all of you. I look around at the five.
Juan doesn't really acknowledge one way or the other. Makes eye contact, but doesn't really acknowledge.
You can tell Verlass notes that. Well then, would you like to be keeping yourselves busy then?
Yeah, yes, well, I'm sure we have some work to do of our own, everybody on their own individual level, and it's probably best that we take some time to process.
Should that
Is no
change,
one going to join me for a drink?
I'm not a drinker, but I mean,
I will. Are you buying?
Well, only the first round. I don't have that much money.
Yeah, I'll come.
Wonderful.
I go up to Winnie and go, "You gonna let him buy?"
I never pass up a free drink
All right.
or free food.
I want to watch this.
Yeah, I could definitely go for a drink.
the very last looks over the group. Well, if there are any jobs that you all would like to take, see what Den Oleos has. Let's say it's things that Aurora Watch members would do in their off time. You know where to find me. And if there's any other details, anything else that can be remembered, please come to me immediately. I don't think I need to tell you that this could be of a very grave importance, and we need more information. Unfortunately, what we had sounds like it is buried. But I will be working with those who may be able to excavate that. The Drow are very good tunneling into the ground. And we will make our attempts. But for now, your dwellings will be ready in a couple of hours. Give some time to get them set up. And he kind of gives you directions to where they'd be. A little bit outside of the north roads. I wish you all the best of luck. And I hope to see you all in 6 days' time. He turns and heads back through the door, leaving you all here in the foyer in the light of the stained glass windows of the Aurora Hold.
As soon as Jaborn gets any sense of him departing, he turns and starts to make his way out.
I will follow.
I turn to Acacia and Winnie and go, "If Winnie gets to move in her entire family into this apartment situation, I'm flooding mine. Just to be clear."
I don't think we're going to be moving everybody in.
I have a feeling she's going to try. I don't know why. Just a hunch.
Actually, I think it's best if, with the Umavi coming, if I have to meet the Umavi, I think it'd be better if they didn't know who my family was.
That's fair.
It's probably safer that way to keep them further away from this anyways.
The Umavi have bad news.
What is the Umavi? I've been meaning to ask, but we always get turned around.
They're I assume Winnie would know who
Yeah,
the ruling class of Jorhas.
Exactly.
They're the rulers of each of the dens. They're the longest lived. They've had the most lives, and they've, according to the Luxon, they've reached a state of enlightenment. I don't know about that. I think they're just as treacherous as any of the other members of the dens, but they're the bigwigs and not to be trifled with.
And Winnie
That's
would
Winnie's
know.
understanding.
The oldest Umavi in the Kryn dynasty is the Bright Queen herself.
Yeah.
Is she coming?
Oh, I can't imagine she would be coming. Must be one of the others. They would be much more up in arms if the Bright Queen herself were coming. You know, I heard a rumor that she's starting to lose it.
Shocking news, but I've heard that rumor too. That's interesting. Do you guys always make this much of a hoopla over your leaders coming?
The Umavi, yes. They're very powerful. I'm trying to figure out a way to get out of it, but if I run, I think that would be even more suspicious.
I have a feeling they might kill you if you do.
Yeah. I think my best option is just to meet with them, but I don't want them to know who my family is.
So it's probably best for everyone's sake that if we do end up speaking to this Umavi, that it's only the 5 of us who engage with them. It's better to keep everybody else as far away from it as possible. Any other allegiances that we might have outside of Jorhas's, any of them, it's probably best that we keep everyone else safe.
Ever since I saw those portals, I really want to reach out and see if they can help. But I don't know. Maybe you're right. But I don't know why they're telling me that I need to go ask for help.
I mean, we can reach out. I thought of doing the same thing, but I just want to be mindful of who we bring here for help. Or who we bring around this residence. Like, we just need to be safe. I already feel like Verlas doesn't trust us. It feels like he knows something else was down there besides just those people in the murals. That makes me cautious. I don't want to risk hurting anyone else. I already don't like lying, and I certainly don't want to drag anyone else into the lie.
Lucky for you, lying is my specialty. Do you think Winnie, that the what are the priests for the Luxon called? Do you think they might have more information? Because it looked like a holy site.
I don't know. That looked wholly unfamiliar to me, and I've been in the Luxon chapels before. You know, that's the religion here is the Luxon. They worship the Luxon, which is a dodecahedron. I've never seen anything like what we saw down there. I mean, we could ask the priests and see if they know anything about that. I would be surprised, but you never know. Some of them are learned. I'm not very religious myself, so I can't say I know a lot.
I don't know. Maybe a few drinks will juggle our memory.
And with that, Juan and Professor Mayfield are the first to exit. Juan, where are you heading? You left first, and the professor was following you. What's your route here?
He probably only walks about 100, maybe 200 yards towards the place we had previously stayed. And then just sort of like stops to turn around and sort of take note of if the rest of the group is behind him, or and really just out of frustration with the situation, just kind of stops and sort of like paces back and forth for a moment.
Sure. You would see
You
the
feeling
professor
okay,
so
friend?
close to you, yeah, but the others you see trailing behind, but because they stay behind for a conversation, are a little bit farther.
That's why I don't come to the city. I was worried about the buildings and the walls keeping me trapped when things started falling around us. Now we've got these high nobilities. Oh, stick around for 6 days. Oh, we'll give you a house. There might be some concern that could be genuine, but I don't know. I find often enough that people in power just want more power.
As a historian, you are absolutely correct.
I mean, what's to stop this den from trying to get the same power that whatever these lizard folk were after? And now we're caught in the middle of it, just trying to do the right thing, and I don't know. I feel like I'd like to run, but I don't know who these Umavi are, but they seem to throw their name around like they're pretty powerful. I don't know how far we could run, you know?
You know, power, it can be a real fickle thing, especially in the realm of politics. I mean, did you hear about the totally real and not just made up right now Elven Prince, uh, Humperdinck? He thought he had power, but his regime collapsed within only a few years, and now it's hardly talked about. In fact, I would never have known about it if I weren't studying, very obscure stuff in my teenage years.
Yeah, it's pretty obscure, but honestly, a lot of it's pretty obscure. I couldn't tell you the last time I looked at a book. I mean, other than one that was just sitting on a shelf.
Well, there are other ways to learn. I find if you really want to know what's going on in a city, the other historians, and they're all wrong, and I'm right, they'll tell you have to talk to the nobles, you have to talk to the business folk, the moneylenders, and the princes. But no. If you want to know what's going on, you got to talk to the people. That's why when I want to know what's going on in a city, I go to the shittiest bars and I ask all the bartenders about the regulars. You get so much more information that way than you ever will talking to any government official. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I'd genuinely like to spend as little time around them as possible.
I do not blame you, friend.
Be about this time that the other three join, and you are all reunited as a group.
Well, I don't think our tab is still open at the Wise Spider, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I think it's probably better that we find somewhere else to go out for a drink. I don't know how happy they'd be to see all of us rolling in there again. But I think that maybe some sitting down and discussing and figuring out the next plan is definitely where we need to go.
Why wouldn't they be happy? We gave them a ton of business.
That's what I'm worried about, I guess. I'm worried that we gave them too much business.
Nah.
Oh, is the Wise Spider it is?
Okay. Everybody heading off to the Wise Spider? It's the closest one.
Winnie's not so sure. They're expensive. We can't afford to drink there if
Are
Denolio
they?
for
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna say, I don't know if our tab is still open or not. I was just joking about the fact that our tab wasn't even that big.
I mean,
I would say you as a group would know that it was a kind of just for that night. It wasn't a open-ended stay.
Boo.
I mean, I can't imagine that it would be that expensive to at least just go have a couple drinks.
I think Whitney almost passed out when I told her the prices, so
Well, Professor Mayfield here is gonna buy the first round, right?
she's right.
Indeed.
Let's go.
Okay, to the Wise Spider. It is the party returns to the Wise Spider. Up one party member now. As you walk in, you all see the face of the attendant from the night before. You see his face drop, and then quickly pick back up for his customer service face. Oh yes, back again. What can I do for you all? And that's where we're gonna take a break.
Awesome.
All right, so we'll do a
Wow.
15-minute break here. It is 5:11 Pacific, so we will do at 26 is when we'll come back. So 8:26 for East Coast, 5:26 for West Coast. We'll see everybody in 15 minutes. Okay, doing a check-in to see if everybody is back.
I am
Present.
back. Hello.
Present.
I am back.
I think that is everybody. Okay. So, the 5 of you walk in, and there are a couple of open tables. You see that for the middle of the day, there's not too many people here, but there are a couple drow scattered about, and the familiar waiter comes up as you all are looking for a table. Anywhere you would like. However, I must notify you before you sit down. The coin granted from Denolios was for a night's stay, a night's meal. So be on your own coin.
We understand. We'll take care of it. No worries.
Juwan pulls out 4 gold pieces and just sort of hands them over and says, "How long will this buy us for you to leave us alone?"
He kind of gives like a little bit more of like a surprise smile with that one. As long as you need. I will be around to take orders and nothing else. In fact, for 4 gold, you can come tell me when you have an order, and I will leave you alone happily for the rest of the night.
I just sort of reach out and pat him on the thigh, just sort of like reach out, like smack him on the thigh. Appreciate ya.
Kind of leans down and gives you a pat on the head. You too.
Don't touch me.
Ah, right. Same to you. Okay.
Well, drinks, was it?
That's right. What do y'all want?
No, I don't drink, so
Water?
Water would be fine for me.
Okay. Do you want like ice or a lemon or something?
I mean, ice water is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
And at this point, Acacia has the bracers out and is sort of fashioning them back on to try and start communing with the Everlight and understanding these bracers more.
Okay. As you pull them out this time and start to put them on, go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
22.
You put the bracers on successfully, and you don't have that same surge of magical power, that same kind of in that first reaction. But you do put them on. You do feel that there is magic coursing through them. It's almost like an innate subconscious, a little bit different than you're used to with the divine magic, but also a little familiar. And you do so.
I'll just take a big glass of ale, and honestly, they could just keep them coming. If I might have to stay in the city, I might as well sleep well.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Winnie, did you want anything?
Sure, I'll have a glass of ale.
Okay, 2 ales, water.
I'll have whatever Winnie's having.
All right, 3 ales and water, and I'll go get that.
Okay.
So I do, and I will get some like, I don't know, just like garbage wine that gets you drunk real fast.
Okay, sure.
For myself.
Sure, gotcha. So you find the waiter who had been attending before, and so you said like the house wine, cheap will get you drunk. For all of that, he says, yes, that will be. Does some quick math in his head. That will be 3 gold.
I give him 5.
Oh,
and I don't say anything.
okay. Says, how generous. Thank you. Drinks will be brought right away. He kind of looks over to the table, kind of gives like a, all right, and then heads back in. Short time later, the drinks are brought out to the table. A It's a like a pewter goblet for the wine with a little bit of ornate etching on it, almost in a web design. The three ales are brought out. It's standard, kind of that wooden large mug and a nice glass of ice water, and what is a very nice glass. It seems very well crafted, and it's nice.
All right, I need to get drunk, and I just chug it.
Okay. Okay. Professor Mayfield chugs down a glass of wine, and to the looks of a couple other people around the bar, but nothing serious.
Winnie pulls out some of the sausages that she had stuffed in her pockets from the last time they were here and eats a few. Would anybody like a sausage?
Oh, if you're offering, I'll take one.
Here you go. There's only a little bit of mold.
I take out I'm a professor. I have a handkerchief, right? And I just wipe it off, and I take a little bite.
Well, a Constitution saving throw. No, I'm just kidding.
How is it?
It's fine. It tastes fine. It's not well. It's uncomfortably warm considering it hasn't been warmed up, but not like hot like it should be. It's got some congealed grease on it, but all in all, pretty good. You've had worse.
Not bad.
So, what's the plan? Are we actually going to stick around for this 6 days or whatever they're wanting from us?
I don't want to, but I'll stay if that's what we decide to do.
I mean, if the Umavi are, essentially a really powerful den, I don't see us. I mean, what are we going to do? Just completely leave Jorhas? Like, I think that would make us look even more guilty if we just left the city when they requested us to stay, and then, the gods forbid that we completely leave Jorhas, and I mean, there could be an entire manhunt looking for us for no reason, obviously, but just from the perception of it.
Well, I don't have anywhere else to go.
And I don't want to leave Winnie behind.
Yeah. I'll stay for Whitney. But I don't know.
We stay for Winnie.
Hold on. What's this about? What's this about guilt? You didn't do anything wrong. Did I miss some important context here?
No, Verles just wants to make sure that there isn't any guilt or that we're hiding anything, and like I said, if we were to leave, then that makes us look guilty, and I don't want that for any of us, and I certainly don't want that for Winnie. If she's the only one that's left behind with her family, I certainly think that we had done something wrong.
Jawan just sort of leans in, very pointed at Acacia, and says, "But we are hiding something. And I'm not really a practitioner of the arcane, but I've been around a few places, and to my understanding, I mean, can't you all kind of sense when there's magic around?" I mean, he seemed to be very pointed in asking if we were hiding anything, and I mean, we were, but it just...
I'm pretty sure there's
go back, maybe we don't take the braces.
The problem is, where are we going to leave them? They're going to know. When we go meet with the Umavi, they're going to know about the bracers. Because either we leave them in our quarters and they rifle through them and find them, or we take them with us. And Joanne's absolutely right. They're going to have magic there that it's going to be able to suss them out.
I'm sure I can find somewhere to store them. I'm sure I can find somewhere that will be safe, that doesn't put anybody else at risk. And if nothing else, I hate lying, but I could be sick that day.
And who's going to talk to them? Me? Whitney?
I mean, I'll talk to them. I don't know if they like what I have to say.
Oh, God.
At least I can be honest with them. I didn't take anything out of there. I don't know what the ritual was. Like, I can be honest. Well, unless they ask, like, very pointed questions, like, did you see one of your friends take something? I guess that might... Yeah, that could complicate things.
Like I said, I'll make sure that the bracers are hidden somewhere safe before we go talk with the Umavi.
Well, if you want, you have time still to decide, but I could see if maybe... I think there's a lake around here. I could probably find some underwater cave and stow it in there for at least a little while.
I don't know if I want to just...
Up to you.
I'd be worried about just leaving them somewhere out in the open. I'd rather find someone who I can trust to leave them with. Maybe there's... I can't be the only priest of the Everlight around here. I'm sure I can find somebody, or maybe a follower of the Moonweaver. And I don't really understand the structure of how your temples function, but I'm sure we can find somebody who can just keep them, even if they don't even have to understand what they are, just somebody who has no direct connection.
My concern is, no matter which route we go, we're going to end up on their bad side. And to be perfectly honest, I'd rather not be on their bad side in front of their face. I'd rather do it miles away. But I understand not wanting to run.
I just don't want to leave Winnie in the crosshairs in the event that we do leave.
Yeah. I don't know a ton about impression that the only thing in Jorhas was the Luxon. Maybe we can go talk to them. And
I don't know enough about the Luxon to know whether or not their loyalties would, lie with another holy person, or if they would lie with the Umavi. We have a couple days. Let's figure out what these things are first, and then we can go from there.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is there a port here?
Not a port specifically. There is a river that's fairly close where there's a bridge over it. That goes down to the Sarasweep Waters, which is not terribly far, but is the largest, closest lake. So not a port directly, but there is, a waterway somewhere.
Is there anywhere where we could find, like, boats? Like, people who've gone sailing?
I would say, presumably, the Sarasweep Waters would have some boats. It's a very large lake. You might check around Asarius to see if there's boats. Being this close to the river, there might be something. not out of the realm of possibility, but the closer you get to the water, the easier it is.
Okay. Okay, so I have an idea. It's not necessarily a holy person, but I could maybe forage to hide. But you'll have to trust me.
I mean, you haven't given me a reason to not trust you.
Okay.
You haven't given me a reason not to.
All right. What does the rest of you say?
I mean, if we're trying to be really ingenuitive, I think Owl might be able to carry a bracer, and I don't know, we might be able to like wrap one around a little bit around his waist. I don't know, it might impede his legs a little bit, but try and find some trees out. I know Uriel we'd said going hunting. Maybe we scout out a spot just outside of town and send him off that way. I mean, I don't know if Winnie has a means of communicating with Owl, but I've my ways with a little bit. Just an option. It's a little far out there, but it's at least somebody we trust.
You know, I wasn't with you when you all were in the tunnel, so I don't have to answer anybody's questions. I could just stay behind and hold something if you need it. You know, just a thought.
That is a really valid point. Honestly, I'm kind of ashamed I didn't think of that myself, honestly, but...
Oh, you know, the brain works in so many chaotic ways. I really wouldn't put yourself down for it. I'm sure you have a wonderful brain.
Thank you.
Well, didn't they ask for all 5 of us to come back in 6 days?
One, they did. 2, I did think about it, and there's a part of that sentence that I don't agree with, which is that I trust them, so that's why I didn't suggest it.
Well, I mean, Winnie knows that the Umavi are very politically powerful. What does she understand about their power? Like, would they be scanning for and looking for magical objects, or do they have other concerns?
Sure, go ahead and roll a history check.
History. 23.
Oh, very good. Generally, the Umavi are all Dunamanzers of some sort. Having lived so many lives, they have a lot of time to take in the arcane arts and perfect them to a degree. They certainly have the capability. Depending on the venue, would probably be, if you were to be in Rosanna in Gordranus and to go speak to the Bright Queen in her royal chamber, 100% you can guarantee that the other Umavi who are in the room or the guards who are in there would be doing some kind of magical scanning. So I would say, as far as intent, it would be hard to say specifically, but you would know they certainly have the capability.
Okay, and they're not gonna just let us get close to the Umavi to talk to them without scanning us.
It'd be a safe bet. It'd definitely be a safe bet that.
All right, so we definitely need to 86 those bracers before we go talk to them.
I mean, we have a couple days. If we can go find some sailors, specifically ones that have almost died, I'm sure we can find somebody to trust.
You know, there is a spell. I'm not a practitioner of any sort of magical arts myself, but when you study philosophy, you sort of have to study a little bit of everything. There is a spell that lets you conceal the magical auras of things. I myself don't really know how to do it, but maybe one of you or someone you know. only second level, I think.
I don't think I know that one.
It's going in and
No,
out for
hold on.
me. I have no idea what you said.
Hold on. No. All right. The professor takes out a notebook and he starts fiddling through it. And if you can see the handwriting, depending on where you're sitting, it's his own notes, and his handwriting is absolute garbage. You can't read any of it. It makes no sense. And he says, "Yes, hold on. Yes, it is Nistel's magic aura. That's the spell. An old student of mine went on to become a wizard. She made good use of this in smuggling operations. Very profitable.
I've
Yes.
never heard of that spell. Do you have it there written out?
Yes, I will tell you exactly how it works.
Do you know the name of it?
It's Nistel's magic aura. You place an illusion on a creature or object you touch,
Yeah.
so that divination spells reveal false information about it. And spells that detect magic and identify, they won't see it as magical. They'll see it
Here's
as
the
mundane.
thing.
Is that
Here's the
something
thing.
when he could copy it?
Well, I was going to say, having knowledge of what the spell does and what it is definitely different in the arcane method to cast it. It wouldn't be something you could copy into your spell book, just from the knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know how to
the
do the spell. I only know what the spell does.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that spell either, unfortunately.
I mean,
I will say, though, honestly, concealing a magical aura, if that thing is what I think it is, there's no way of concealing that magical aura.
there's only one way to find out, and that's... maybe we can find... I'm pretty sure there's some kind of, shop here in town that sells scrolls or tomes, and if we can track one down and somebody who actually understands how the spell works, maybe Winnie can learn how to do it, and we can test to see if it works. Because I know how to be able to detect magic. I can't, it's not really something that I grabbed stuff for this morning, but it's something we could try another day. But if we track down a scroll or a tome or something that explains how to actually cast the spell, Winnie could learn how to do it, and we can try. It doesn't hurt to try.
That's an excellent attitude. I wish my students had that attitude.
My only thing against trying is that it'll be time using to do this when a simple dispel magic can just get rid of it. I really think we need to hide it and not just part of them.
Well, I'm only offering suggestions. I'm not really one to boss others around. So you can take it or leave it. It's nothing, it doesn't do anything to me.
It might not be a bad idea to take both plans and do them together. If we can hide the aura of magic on them and hide them, it'll be harder for somebody else to just stumble upon them, who might just be out looking to try and find magic, looking for magic items out in the water over here, or on a boat over there, or just out in the woods nearby. If we can hide the aura on them, that'll keep them safer, and then we still don't have to take them into the conversation with the Umavi. I don't think it's a terrible idea to try and do both. Maybe. Like I said, it wouldn't hurt to try and see if we could even conceal the aura, and if we can, then it would make hiding them easier.
I have a question. Can we have been taking a short rest while we're drinking and chatting?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can make a short rest.
And then just let me know whenever the attunement would, when Acacia would start to gather
Sure. Yeah. So I would say after, some conversation, talks of planning and what will be done over the next couple of days, plans for these bracers and the talks with the Umavi, an hour passes and it feels like Acacia is attuned to the bracers that were pulled out of the hole.
Is there an item for me to add to my inventory, or is it
So I would
something
just put
immediately?
a note currently that you have the bracers of the cosmos
Okay.
right now. And you can feel an energy that feels like it is mixing with your access to the divine energy of the Everlight.
So,
I'll take it.
Acacia, now if you feel like you've bonded with the bracers, can I look at them again? You'll need to keep wearing them while I do it.
Absolutely. And she's gonna put her arms out for Winnie.
All right, you guys make a screen to give us some privacy. I get out my pearl and my owl feathers and start making the gestures.
I'll keep an eye out around the rest of the room, giving a very stinky eye to every single person trying to look over here.
Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check for that one for you.
Right. Okay. Hi, BB. How are you? Perception. All right. That is 23.
23. Okay. You do notice that that a couple tables away there is a drow who's kind of peeking over to see what's going on. You don't see any really concerning looks that would be of such that would be more than curiosity. But you do see that there's here and there some people looking over to try and see what's going on. In particular, a drow 2 tables over.
I'll keep eye contact with him, and if he keeps looking, he, she, they, I don't know. They keep looking at me.
It'd be a he.
I'll I'll keep eye contact with him, and if he keeps looking at me, I'll kind of bear a bit of a fang.
Okay, go ahead and roll an intimidation check on that one.
Not very good at those.
12 is the DC on that one.
Oh, that's a 16 minus 1 at 15.
Hey, okay. As you bear the fang, turns back, gives a very awkward I was looking at something else.
Okay, good.
So after the 10 minutes of Winnie going through her ritual, using the owl feathers in her kind of very, very own way, Identify goes off. And Winnie, you get the sense here that these bracers offer a +1 to your AC. They offer extra protection. But that for Acacia, when Acacia uses one of her channel divinity abilities, whether it's healing or the emboldening bond, once a day in this dormant form, the bracers can be used to add an extra dice of whatever type is being rolled. And on top of that, if you use it on the Harness Divine Power, it doubles the level of spell slot that is restored. And Winnie, you do get the sense that even though you have a bit of understanding of this item, that it's asleep. That potentiality is still there. Some of it has formed. There's still much left.
I relay all of that. Now that you've bonded to these, they can make your divine powers more effective. And can help you recover some of your magical abilities faster. And I think there's more to come.
This has to be a gift from the Everlight. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, I think it's a gift from Luxon because it has infinite possibilities, and that's what the Luxon is all about.
I think in some weird way you guys are both right. I have an inkling of what this is, but I've only heard about it. But I would need to talk to somebody to make sure that what I think it is right.
Yeah, because when she mentions that it's sleeping, would Acacia have ever heard of a magic item that would have been sleeping and having more power beyond, given any of the stories that she may have heard
Sure.
while in the temple?
Yeah, I would say you can roll a history check and see what comes up.
Yeah. And I was going to ask whether Winnie understands what I suspect.
Sure. Yeah, you can roll one as well.
I'm pretty sure I know what this is. Not specifically, but I know generally what it is.
So that's a natural 20 for 23.
Ooh.
No, yeah, Winnie drew a blank. She only rolled a 13.
Winnie, yeah, you haven't heard much about it, but you, in particular, because of the area, it's not something that is as well known in Xhorhas. But Acacia, you have heard of very powerful artifacts from time past, and it sounds like one of those. You've heard of vestiges of divergence. You're not sure if this is one also. With that natural 20 roll, super good. You guys go really well on some of the lore drops.
Well timed.
Yeah, it's great.
It's like I will roll terribly until I get something that's super cool. Yes.
But you do know that in the past, during the Age of Arcanum, that there were powerful artifacts that were made, and that these artifacts grew in power with the experience, the force of will, and the strength of character in the bearer. It does sound familiar to that. And given who some of your mentors have been, you've even heard of specific ones. This is not one that you had heard of specifically, though. You have not heard of anything like this one. And although it does seem similar, there is a little bit of a tickle in the back of your head that it's kind of similar but different. Not fully sure. But it's
maybe worth reaching out at some point.
Sure.
Well, I mean, like Curia said, I mean, maybe it's a bit of both, and this is whatever this is. This is definitely important. It found its way to us for a reason.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't know if you can reach out to somebody, but I could try. See if they have any more information.
I don't quite know how to do that yet. I've been wanting to learn, but just it's not something I've been capable of figuring out yet, because I've definitely wished on more than one occasion that I could. You know, being so far away from home, you know, feeling lost and not being able to reach out has been tough. Something that I want to look more into, especially with this. I feel like there's somebody I need to reach out to that might know. or at least know who to point me towards. Well, so we have an idea of what we want to do, at least in the coming days.
I could go see if I could talk to some of the sailors, and maybe one of them can give me an idea where somebody to trust.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, just to be clear, you don't want like the authorities to find this thing, right?
Not until we know what it is, or
Yeah.
what
Well,
they
then you
would do with
definitely
it.
need to talk to criminals.
That's not really my area of expertise, and
Well, don't worry. I did my dissertation on the economics of crime. I happen to know a lot about the criminal underworld. Oh, did we lose someone?
I think she's refreshing.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yep, there we go.
Yes. Anyway, as I was saying, I did my dissertation on the economics of crime.
Here's the thing. In the past, I don't know, 3 hours, you've done 4 different dissertations on 6 different topics, and none of this seems to be really adding up.
Acacia was thinking the same thing. As like, how many dissertations have you done?
Okay, that's Derek's mistake. That's not my character's mistake. I should have said paper or something, or research instead of dissertation. That's my bad.
Acacia's like, I don't really understand the whole college thing in higher education, but I feel like dissertation sounds really formal.
No,
Yeah.
no. One of my early papers was on the economics of crime.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
And
not.
to do research, I basically became a criminal. It was really fun. I learned thieves' cant, all that stuff.
Okay. I'm not really looking for criminals. I'm looking for. I don't trust you. I'm not going to tell you who I'm looking for, but
Okay.
if you.
I don't know.
Who
We're losing you.
I hate this. If you give me a day or two, I could probably find somebody to help us. And I know I'll be able to trust them with my life.
We have a couple days, so I don't think it's a terrible idea to exhaust every option that we can. It's better to have a lot of options and only need one than, only have one option and need something else. I mean...
And I can take Joanne with me. We can go get some fishing done while we're out there talking to sailors and all that.
I mean, if you guys want to do that, and Professor, if you want to see if you can find some people within the, I guess, less reputable parts of Asarius.
No. If there's anything I've learned, it's that criminals are far more reputable than government officials. In my experience, anyway. Far more reputable.
This honor among thieves and all that. And
you'd be surprised.
And Winnie, if you want to go with me and we can try and track down this spell and, I don't know, maybe try to work more with the bracers, and I mean, we just keep meeting up, and see, kind of exchange information, and everybody just kind of keep your ears to the ground, and maybe we'll figure something out before they get here, and we can have more information to maybe keep them off the trail of the bracers, and something big enough that they won't even think to ask about them, and then we won't even have to worry about hiding them or needing to hide them, because they won't
even
care.
If we just had a bag of holding, that would probably help.
That wouldn't be a terrible idea, but I feel
These are facts.
I feel like something like that might be a bit out of our price range. I've never tried shopping for something like that, but I've heard of them, and
Yeah, me either. But I wonder if Owl is holding the bracers when Owl goes back into his dimension. Do the bracers go with him? You know,
I'd say probably not.
Literally
think
right
not.
now. Okay.
we could do it. I could bail Al out, and I could give Al a sausage. Say, hold this for me, buddy. And then I'll dance him back. Did the sausage stay?
Sausage drops to the ground.
I think we all have some idea of something we can do to kind of contribute to this overall goal that we're looking at. And I mean, maybe if we can find out something more about these tremors, worry about another hole, maybe something just like that might be enough to pique their interest, that they won't be so focused on us anymore.
That was actually why I wanted to check for caves around the lake. If that one was there, clearly from a long time ago, there has to be other ones. That they might not be close by, but there has to be more.
Uriah, go ahead and roll a history check.
Katie's trying to remember if, when we were down there, if it seemed like there were other pathways that were blocked off.
Not that you had seen, but what I would say is in the main room you went into when you first went down in, there was just the tunnel that looked like it had been kind of excavated recently. That went down and it looked to T, but one of the sides of the T was still blocked off. So it looked like there may have been other stuff, but it was blocked off.
You froze at the very beginning, so I didn't hear the first 3/4 of that.
Oh no. So when you first went down into that room, there was the archway that had been excavated recently, and that went down to a T, and one side of the T had been excavated, but the other hadn't. So it looked like there was at least more down there besides just these two rooms, but it was pretty blocked off.
And
what was that history check?
17.
17. Okay. What I would say in your talking about a lake and talking about caves, you do know about the Sorrow Sweep waters, especially keeping an eye on the water and the bodies of water in an area that you're in. You've heard some interesting things about the Sorrow Sweep waters. It's a pretty big lake overall, but the true depth of the Sorrow Sweep has yet to be discovered. Down at the bottom of it is very dense vegetation. And it's called the Tangle Bed. And there are different theories as to what the Tangle Bed is, what's beneath the Tangle Bed, what's in the lake. But there is some unknowns there at Sorrow Sweep.
All right. I think the lake is a promising lead.
DM, is there music playing?
There is.
Okay.
Is it too loud or too quiet for you?
No. I mean, in the game. I like the music that you like too.
I see. I gotcha. Okay. There isn't currently, not in the middle of the day now.
That's a shame.
If you make a comment about it verbally, that, oh, it's a shame there's no music playing.
Yeah, I do.
Juan, now probably having ordered a second, possibly third drink. DM just messaged me, let me know what that is.
Sure.
He'll pull out a sort of stringed instrument, sort of similar to a guitar, but a little bit more of like a round gourd like base of it, and sort of pulls it from off of his back. He says, well, I am played in a little while, but I imagine I could strum a few notes, liven
I'd
it
love
up
to
a
hear it,
bit.
friend.
And Juan is going to attempt to play on his yurting.
Okay, go ahead and roll performance check for me on that one.
12.
12. It's a pretty good tune. It's not, a masterpiece or anything, but it's enough to fill the wise spider with a nice, just kind of comfortable air. Just a very, everything is kind of tense since this afternoon. That was a lot to happen, and now there's a lot of decisions and choices facing the group. But for a second, it's nice to just get lost in Juan's song and have a drink while everybody considers what to do next.
So, because it's still pretty early in the day, because we went to the hole pretty early.
Sure.
I would, depending on everybody's level of intoxication, Acacia would be interested in trying to at least scout out if there's anywhere, because I'm assuming it would probably be up in the North Roads, a shop that would cater to scrolls, tomes, things of that nature.
Got it. Okay. And just above Tabor, real quick, before we move into this, it sounds like we're splitting up into 3 groups. Uriah and Jawan want to go to the River Lake area to investigate sailors. Professor Mayfield looking for information in the underbelly and potentially other stuff that might help.
No, I'm not going to do that. If Uriah doesn't trust me, I'm not going to do that. If she doesn't want it, it's fine.
Okay. So then Winnie and Acacia on the scroll thing. Professor, who would you be going with in that situation? If into a couple groups?
I'm sure I'll find something fun to buy if we look for spell stuff.
Okay, got it. And does that sound okay? Is that what everybody was kind of intending to do? We'll kind of do a party split here and resolve or not resolve, but kind of going down these 2 paths.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yep. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Definitely nothing will go wrong when we split the party.
What?
It's okay. I will just, rogues don't really have great AC or health, but man, stealth is a great skill when you want to be the last one alive. It's happened to me in many campaigns. Anyway. Back to the thing.
Okay, so Uri and Juwan, you guys leave the way spider and start to head in that direction. Was there anything you wanted to do inside of town before that, or was the goal just to get to water, basically?
I'm trying to get to the closest resemblance of nature that I can.
Okay. All right, and what about Uri with that? Oh, I see. I just got a message. Yeah, just saw that message. I'm gonna do a restart for Uriah. So we'll go back here a little bit, and we will start with the professor, Acacia, and Winnie. All of you leave the wise spider, looking for somebody that might have spell scrolls, specifically one that might mask an arcane signature. How is this group going about doing that?
Well, actually, before we do that, I want to just ask Winnie. I say, Winnie, how did you get into magic? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, well, I just kind of came by it naturally. I started as an artificer and studied that for a while, and then I don't know. I just sort of fell into magic.
Okay, and did you mention earlier that there was a familiar? There was an owl or something?
Uh-huh.
Is he with you now, or did you poof him away?
He poofed away. Would you like to meet him?
I'm a big animal lover. I have proficiency in animal handling. I would love to.
Okay. I poof Owl out. This is Owl.
Hello. I hold out a finger. If he wants, he will come on it, and I will say hi. But It's all good.
It's okay, Al. You can say hi. So Al will hop on your finger, give you a little
Oh,
pet.
wow. What a graceful creature. Owls represent wisdom, I'm told.
He is very smart. He knows exactly how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop. Did you know that?
In all of my time studying philosophy, that's the one question I could never answer. Anyway, and I will move my finger so the owl can go back on the shoulder of Winnie.
Okay.
I should really get a familiar. I love animals.
They're lots of fun. So I'll send Owl back home.
Okay. With a owl pops out of existence.
I studied a bit of magic in school, but I never really had the aptitude for it. I mean, when you study philosophy, you sort of have to study magic because you have to study everything. But oh gosh, the incantations and the sayings, I could never keep it all straight, to be honest. Didn't make any sense to me, still doesn't. But good for you. So anyway, where are we going?
Where are we going?
Yeah, you guys are in the North Roads. How do you want to go about finding the shop or
Hey, you!
or market? What's the
I
method
call
here
out
for
to
looking around?
someone who's walking by.
So just shouting in the street.
Would
I'm just
Winnie
shouting
have
at
an
some person
idea?
walking.
Sure. Winnie, go ahead and roll a history check. Professor, go ahead and roll just a general charisma check.
Okay, 1 second.
7.
7. Not as familiar with the North Roads. In the Cretes, you let me see here.
A 6. Not.
Okay.
I've done better in my life.
Sure. So, being a half elf here in Asarius and just kind of yelling on the street for help to ask a question, not super successful. Everybody kind of seems to avoid your gaze and awkwardly move past. Winnie, yeah, you're not as familiar with the North Roads here. There might be some stuff maybe down into if you were to move in towards the Cretes, there's some shops there that might be what you're looking for. I mean, just generally though, you do know that there is the Scowl Square, a market area that has a lot of shops and stalls. That's an option as well if you wanted to head in that direction.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know where there's a shopping area, or I know some places in the Cretes.
Acacia, you see the professor yelling out to ask for help, and Winnie racking her brain to try and figure out anything that she could remember for shops. Was there anything you were trying to do?
Acacia's remembering what was the name of that shop? Scroll. The Equinox.
Sure.
And I know that they were just a general store, but they were in sort of a section of the North Roads that was sort of like other shops, like a sort of like market-ish area. So Acacia would be trying to remember if she had seen a store that looked ostentatious, just from like her time like traveling. Like magic shops tend to have an ostentatious appearance to them.
And you're talking about, did Equinox specifically have that kind of feel, or just something you saw?
If there were
along
other
the way?
shops around Equinox that had that ostentatious look to them.
Sure. I would say go ahead and roll a history check also. I would also say investigation's fine if you want to do investigation, since that was just a quick walk that had been done. If you're trying to, go back and follow your steps to Equinox, it'd be easy enough.
18 for the history check.
Okay. So I would say with that then, you would remember passing by the Raven's Quill, and then Equinox itself did have a little bit of an air of having interesting variety of things. They might have something as well, but those would be the ones you come up with that.
I mean, I do remember yesterday when I was out looking for the coin. That the shop that I went to, they had all kinds of things. So I mean, it's possible that they might have something there. And there was another shop nearby, kind of stood out. That probably looked like they specialized in magic for scrolls and tomes. I think those two might be a good place to start, at least for what we're looking for. It seems like it might be slightly higher end magic and not a bad way to go.
Yeah, and I mean, all the magical supplies and the scroll itself are going to be very expensive. I don't know where we're going to get that kind of money.
Well, I mean, if we can at least get an idea of what it might cost, I mean, might have some bartering tools, or maybe even if they need something done, we can barter with labor for buying whatever it is or the scroll that we need, or the tome, or just for the spell.
Yeah.
Whether it's money or labor, I'm sure we can barter some way into getting what we need.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but Verlis Oleos said he had some jobs.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I would rather do help directly for these shops if we can, rather than doing more of Verlis's work. I don't want to spend too much time around him, especially if he does have an air of inquisitiveness about us. I'd rather spend the least amount of time around him possible.
Okay. So, which of the two are you visiting or looking for first?
Probably Equinox, since I already have a little bit of a repertoire with Vizdrana.
Okay. All right. So then the group of three will head off to Equinox to go talk to Vizdrana and see if she has any spell scrolls as well. Jawan and Uria moving out of the city. We'll go back to where we were there. Was there anything that either of you wanted to do, or just kind of head out and get into nature?
Juwan doesn't have anything in particular he needs to or desires to do.
Okay.
I wanted to start as we're walking by the river and down into the lake to see if there's any sailors, not like fishermen or like boatswains or anything like that, like people who seem to be here from outside of Asarius, even Jorhas, just like passing through, maybe like dropping.
What was that last little part?
That's what I'm looking for. Like just people like maybe who are like dropping off cargo, like people who don't look to be from the area.
Okay, so more not doing things there, but are just traveling through, transporting something.
Yeah, like maybe somebody like just they pulled up on the ship to like drop off like merchant goods and are heading back out in a day or two or something like that. Sure.
So what I would say is it does take a little bit of time to get to the river itself. Not a terrible amount at the rate that both of you are traveling. I would say probably an hour and a half to 2 hours to get to the river. And it is very obvious once you leave Asarius just how desolate that the wastes of Jorhas are. Leaving the purple wall or purple wooded fence that surrounds the city, moving in, you do see jagged rocks that are shooting up out of the ground. You do see some dry bushes here and there, but the nature here is more desolate than anything else. It is hard for things to cling to life in this area, but moving closer to the water does help. As you get closer to the Ithalon River, there is a little bit more vegetation. Green bushes and a few flowers here and there start to pop up as you get to the shore, and you see it. It's a pretty wide river. It would be at least 50 to 60 feet across where you get to it, and you see that it opens up much more beyond that, up to maybe even 300 feet in some places. And you do see boats right away that look like they're doing fishing, harvesting of some sort. Some that are very well reinforced on the bottom. You're not sure what kind of creatures would be in this river or the lakes that it connects to. Excuse me, but I'll say go ahead and roll an investigation or a perception check for me on that one.
Just Yuria, or you want both of us?
I would... Sorry, go ahead. What was that roll?
20.
Okay, 20. I would say, yeah, Joanne can roll too. We'll see if we can get higher than a 20. Let's see both are there.
24.
24. That's fantastic. So what I would say is that after traveling probably 3.5 hours total, you can see off in the distance where the Eiffelon River expands outwards into the Sorrow Seep waters. And you can see just beyond the mouth of the river where it breaks that there are larger ships here. And they are moving towards the Eiffelon River. It looks like that there's one in particular that has a large central mast, smaller mast behind it. It does seem to be some type of large boat with sails. I would say with your expertise, you're able to see that there is at least one transport vessel that is currently on the Sorrow Seep waters close to the Eiffelon River at this point.
So I'm not really a boat guy. I'm more of a swamp and woods cat. But that one over there, they seem to be offloading some boxes, and doesn't look like locals. I don't want to call anybody in particular anything, but they don't look local.
Let's go see how long they're gonna. Hopefully, this.
You're still cutting out real bad, Gabby. Hard to hear you.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Like start.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll sort of make our way over towards that vessel and just kind of scout out some of the individuals that are sort of coming on and off the boat. Just get a general sense of their demeanor.
Okay, got it. So moving towards. Okay, hey, we heard that. I just want to check into, is anybody else having issues with getting choppy or anything? I want to make sure if there's anything I can change on my end here that I will, if it's the whole group.
Everything's all good with me, so
Okay.
I can't help. Sorry.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Say, I mean, Gabby's audio is a little choppy, I think, at least on my end, but I mean, nobody else is coming in choppy.
Okay, just want to check in. So the two of you head over to the shores of the Sorrow Seep waters, and you see this boat, and I would say that it's currently close to the shore, but isn't actually, there's no pier or port or anything that it's attached to here on the lake itself. It does look to be moving along the shore. There are some people moving about on the boat, however. You can see that they are primarily gray-skinned, even from the distance where you're at on the shore. They're primarily gray-skinned. Does seem to be mostly drow humanoid, as far as you can tell. But they're not flying any particular flags or anything. It doesn't seem like they're, you don't see anything nefarious about it. These aren't any lake pirates or anything. But I would say it's probably about 40 feet off the shore of the lake and moving slowly along the edge of it.
Is this better?
That is better.
Okay, so my hotspot is better than my Wi-Fi. Good to know.
Oh, yeah, that's loud and clear. That's perfectly good.
And there's no other sailors that aren't drow?
Roll a perception check. That's what's easily evident there. Both of you can roll a perception check to see if you see anybody else.
21.
21. You do. What about for Jawan?
16.
16. Okay, got it. So both of you are able to see the towering form of a minotaur as well move over close to the edge of the railing. So there is at least a minotaur. And then I would say, Uriah, you catch a couple of humanoids that have a green skin, either orcs or half-orcs.
Okay. And they're just like going up the river?
Correct, yeah. So they're moving along the edge of the lake, moving towards the Eiffelon River. So they're going north. You guys hit the river and then started heading south to Saroseep. They're going along the edge of the lake and moving up north towards the river.
Okay, can I kind of like signal them from the side of the river?
How are you signaling them? Are you kind of just yelling out or waving or what? How are you doing so?
I'll kind of just like wave at them and hold, I'll wave at them and hold my shield and stand in a way that is very evident what I'm trying to communicate to them.
Okay, got it. Yeah, you do see that one of the drow leans over the side. And you see them turning back on. Somebody's signaling off on the shore! And there's a little bit of talking on the deck. And the boat seems to slow. You see the sails kind of fold up a little bit, roll up on the bottom. And after about 2 or 3 minutes, a little side boat drops off the side, and there is 3 figures in it. The Minotaur is one of them. There is a drow who is rowing, and then a drow who is sitting at the front watching. And they approach the shore in their rowboat, get to the shore, and see the two of you. The one who steps forward has kind of an air of authority about him. Yes. Is there something that we can help you with? We're on a tight schedule.
Yeah. Are you local?
Somewhat. We come from the Seatfeed River near the Vermalock Wildwood and go up to the Emerald Gulch through these waters.
How often?
I make the trip quite often. We're usually on the water.
Do you know who I am? Or who my people are?
Kind of gives a questioning look. I'm not sure. I don't believe so. I'd be happy to learn. It says with a kind of apprehensive look.
Do you ever leave the rivers, go out in the ocean,
We do.
sail through salt water? Do you ever feel protected in that salt water?
Kind of gives an odd look. What are you getting at?
I'm looking for sailors that might have been blessed in one way or another.
Kind of has a little bit of an interested look. I often pray to the Wild Mother. She grants safe passage in water travel.
Not so much the Wild Mother. More, primal entities.
Is there one that you might suggest?
Not so much suggest. My people, we venerate different gods for different reasons, but mostly I wanted to know if you were sailors to trust, and I can tell that I might have flagged on the wrong ship. Thank you.
Kind of has a confused look on his face, and looks to Juan. Is that all? Just an inquiry about who we worship?
Not so much who you worship as who you've met. But that's okay. I do have one question.
Well, I'm on the shore now, so shoot.
The Umavi, are they to be trusted?
If the Umavi aren't to be trusted, I don't know who is. They are the best of us. Those who have lived enough lives to have learned, to have taught, to have been many things. There's great wisdom in the Umavi. I'd be very scared if they couldn't be trusted. But I believe they can.
Even by a foreigner?
Ah. I see. The Umavi have the wishes of the dynasty, the goodwill, the welfare of the dynasty at heart. So if a foreigner were to move against that, then the Umavi would of course be against them. There is something to be said about the difference in the Umavi. They're certainly more than just the same thing repeated in another body. They all have different vices or abilities. Trustworthiness is seen as complete to them, but your intentions play into it as well.
What about the goblin one? What can you tell me about that one?
He gets a smile on his face. There are many who judge the Sky Sibyl. Personally, I've always enjoyed goblins. They something a bit playful about them, and he just kind of looks off into the distance, thinking about goblins. There's something fun about them. I've even got a couple on my ship. Not many would trust, but I do. The Sky Sibyl was not always a goblin. She chose a form that would allow her to experience what those in the wastes might experience. Some judge her for it. Some of the Umavi think that she is wasting her time. But I look up to her for it.
That's interesting. Well, safe passage, sailor. And I take out a coin and I'll give it to them.
Okay.
And say, if you ever start breathing water, just hold it and help will come.
A gracious gift. I'm grateful.
Of course.
Well, as I said, tight schedule and all.
Yes.
Motions to the Minotaur, and you take a look now. The Minotaur's kind of had his hand on his large, long sword the whole
Figure.
time. Not threatening, just making sure he's ready. Heads back to the boat and pulls the rowboat up, and the ship heads off.
That wasn't necessarily what I expected to get out of it, but it was information that I am very happy to have.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
At least we have some idea of who could potentially be coming through, and maybe even a way to sway them.
And as the ship sails away, the sails drop again. You see the name of the ship is the Divide.
The Divide.
And with that, we head back to Winnie, Acacia, and the professor. And you walk up to the familiar for Acacia at least, storefront of Equinox. Walk into the shelves that hold various trinkets and odds and ends, and see the familiar form of Visdrana with her kind of striking black drow hair and a grateful look as the three of you walk into the store. And she sees Acacia and says, it's good to see you again so soon. You must have been satisfied with your earlier purchase.
Incredibly, it was very helpful. I'm kind of hoping that either you might have what we're looking for, or at least be able to point me in the right direction. We're looking for a rather specific spell scroll. My companion over here, and I motion towards Professor Mayfield. He led me to believe there's a spell, something, a magic aura that can dampen the ability for divination magic on specific items. I don't know if that's something that you might have, or I know you guys kind of carry a little bit of everything. I didn't know if that was something we'd have to go to a specialty store for.
Well, I am a store of specialties, so I'm glad you came. Let me go check the back, see what I have, and I'll bring it out. Goes and heads to the back. And, sorry, go ahead.
So while she's in the back, Acacia immediately, same thing, kind of looking around at like the impulse purchase type things that are around.
Sure. Right up here at the front, there is a couple of small vials. They look like tonics of some sort. And then on one hand is actually like a nice plate of like baked goods. There's no price on them or anything. It looks like a variety of muffins and cookies that seem to be here for customers, most likely.
I'm going to grab one of those tonics. I don't know what they are, but
okay.
She's going to pick one up.
Okay. I will say that I guess the plate of baked goods look like it's free. The tonics do look like they're kind of set up in a little display. There's no price on them or anything.
Yeah.
Those look a little okay.
Well, she is an impulse shopper.
Okay, got it. Totally. Winnie, for you, visiting the shop is very interesting. This is nice. It looks like that there's a residence on top of this shop. That's probably where Visdrana lives. The shelves are, spotless. There's no dust anywhere. It is just such a contrast to your neighborhood in the Cretes and some of the other more beat up parts of town. And you look at some of the prices on some of these things that might just be trinkets, might be a little more to them. There's some potions, there's this and that, but it's a stark contrast to what you're used to in your life in Asarius. And for you, Professor Mayfield, it's all very interesting items. You walk in here and see immediately there's some history in here.
Ooh.
You might pick out something that your trained eye could see as a fake or two, but it is a nice shop for you to spend some time in and visit.
Okay, well, I'm trying to not splurge since I am technically retired. But what's life without a little indulgence, right? Well, what sort of historical stuff is there?
Specifically, what you see is it's kind of a variety of things from Wildmount, specifically. Not so many things from Taldore or Marquette, but Wildmount history is very well represented here. There are on one, not necessarily on the historical side, but there is a shelf from Humperduke, City of Gnomes, that is looks like a mechanical music box of some sort. One that seems to be some kind of astrolabe or some type of chart of some sort that is mechanical in nature.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what I could use? Are there any magical little trinkets that my grandkids would like?
There certainly does seem to be things that are at least advertised as having a magical property to them. In particular, a couple of small charms that are meant to give good luck. It looks like these are from the Velven Thicket. Also, gnomes. You're looking at the shelf from Humperduke, the gnomes from Humperduke, and find 3 small charms on necklaces, each made out of a different stone. One made out of jade, one made out of onyx, and one made out of jasper.
Do I know if they work?
Not unless you really have a way to tell.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell.
Winnie, just a quick thing. Do you see these necklaces with the charms over here? Do you know if they actually do anything?
I don't know. Want me to have a look at them and see what I think?
Yeah, if it's not inconvenient, I'd really appreciate it. I need to get something for my grandkids, and a nice little good luck charm would be great for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, does Winnie need to cast Identify, or can she just?
I'll say, give me an Arcana check at least on that. Let's see what that says.
10.
10?
Who knows?
It's tough to say. It reminds you of it. So each of them are kind of carved into a different charm of a different animal. There's a squirrel, there is a cat, and there is a wolf. They remind you of enchanted luck stones, but you're not sure if they actually are.
What's the verdict?
Well, they might be enchanted, but it's really hard to tell.
In that case, I'll pass. We can always find something later.
Yeah, if you just want to buy a regular little trinket, I could enchant it a little bit for you.
Would you?
Too fancy, but we could give them a saying or some text or a smell or something.
Oh, well, that's just perfect. Yes. Okay. Then I actually might buy those things.
But don't pay for something that's supposed to be enchanted. Just get something. Just get a cute little toy.
Yeah. You know what? I'll pick something up on the way back.
Okay. After Winnie and the professor are having their conversation, Vizdrana walks back out and has a little bit of a disappointed look on her face, and walks up to Acacia and, I'm sorry, my friend. We don't have anything specifically like you described. However, there is a Dunamantic spell. Although it wasn't what you asked for, I thought that this might be something that would prove useful. And kind of gives a wink. This is the spell Wrist Pocket. It allows you to create a small pocket dimension around your arm. It's a small extra dimensional space where you can put one object that weighs no more than 5 pounds into this extra dimensional space. It's not an incredibly difficult spell. It might be something useful.
Yeah, that might work. what would something like that run?
This one in particular is one we do have some dunamentors in the area, but we often have to get these in from Rosanna. This one in particular would be 300 gold pieces.
Winnie thinks.
It's a little higher than what I have right now. Is there anything that...
Sorry, wait, DM, what was the price? I got cut off.
300 gold pieces.
Well, you know, if you think it would help you, I can chip in a bit.
I mean, I don't know what you'd be capable of pitching in, but is there anything we could do to help out around for you? Anything you or anything you've heard that we could possibly do to, you know, help you out to bring that price down a little bit? Something like this it's kind of important.
Do you want to trade the wand that we found?
I mean, it might help, but I don't want to take anything away from anybody.
After overhearing that, Vizdrana says, you mentioned a wand. What type of wand?
Well, we have a wand of entangle, and we have oops, we'll go back one page. And we have a hammer, a javelin, and 2 spiked shields.
And what would be the origin of the weapons? I'm not very much a weapons dealer here. The wand I'm very interested in.
Oh, well, maybe we could go. I don't know. What do they look like? They look like...
The spike. Oh yeah, the spike shields are pretty primitive. The javelin's a little bit nicer. The hammer is it's a carved rock essentially with a little bit of heft to it. Certainly not master level craftsmanship, but enough to deal some good damage.
Yeah, well, I mean they get the job done.
Right. Let's see. I would say go ahead and roll a persuasion check. I would say that we could have 2 of the group roll or 1 with advantage.
Sorry, was that persuasion?
Persuasion. Yeah.
Okay.
So either 2 of you can roll a straight roll, or 1 of you can roll with advantage. However you.
I will give someone an advantage.
I'm fine with rolling. I mean, I've got a pretty decent persuasion, and I can guide myself.
Then you do you. I'm a bugbear.
Now, what is the components for guidance?
I think it's just touch. Let me do. Touch, and it says verbal and somatic. I think somatic's just the touch.
Well, verbal's the talk. Somatic is like hand movements.
It's like,
I guess, are you trying to cast guidance, sneakily here in the situation, or are you just going to openly cast a spell?
Do it behind your back.
She's just going to sort of grab her holy symbol and just be like, okay, you got this. As she sort of presents everything out.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me. It'll be 2 things: sleight of hand for the casting quietly, and then a persuasion check. Go ahead and roll that with advantage.
13 on the sleight of hand.
Okay.
And 15 plus 3 plus 4. Math is hard. 22.
Okay. So good rolls. Very good rolls. So she gives a look over at the wand and says, I'm happy to take the wand and trade. I don't think I'll have much use for the weapons. But that being said, if you were to trade the wand, I'd be willing to part with the spell scroll for 75 gold pieces.
Um, that's a lot more doable. And she looks to Professor Mayfield and says, I know we just met not too long ago, but I'd borrow like 20 gold from you. I promise I'll pay it back.
I take out 50 gold and I hand it in a bag.
You said you hand it over in a bag?
Well,
Yeah, like
50 gold.
We may have another problem though before you buy that scroll. What level scroll? How difficult is it? So it's
Second level.
you have to buy 100 gold worth of paper and magical supplies to transcribe it. I guess we could use it one time.
We will cross the transcription bridge tomorrow.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Above table.
If I know a professor from like academia, because I keep in touch, is there a way that I could find ink like for cheap if like the university gets it and I could
Oh no,
maybe-
definitely not. No, because this is a requirement for wizards to copy stuff into their spell books.
Okay, I tried.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's-
It's a good try, but no, on that one, there might be discounts. Like you might get 100. If you're at a store and you're bartering really well, then you might get like 100 gold pieces for 90. But this is specifically a requirement for wizards to learn spells.
Yeah, you sure?
I
You
would
want
have. I was gonna say I would have sent you guys with my money. So if you need to buy components, you have 60 more gold than whatever it is that you're calculating for right now.
Okay. I mean, the wand is pretty powerful. I think. Can anybody use it?
I think the only person who might be able to is you. I mean, I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know if Jawan can do any magic or anything like that. I don't remember seeing him do any, but I also know that fight was kind of chaotic.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are for wands because I don't use a wand myself.
Well, I mean,
It's not a spell I can cast.
Your metagaming pigeon is letting you know that any of us can use it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if you're having this in conversation or you're talking about it, so I didn't want to jump in. But yeah, any spellcaster can attune to it.
I need to figure out how to make the pigeon sound.
Any of us can use it.
but yeah.
Excellent vision.
See, also Metagaming Pigeon wants to say that I know for a fact that Juwan already has that spell. So, but honestly, I think we need to like barter with and because it's going to cost us a bit to
Okay.
get it transcribed
Yeah, it's going to cost more than
above table. So,
when he hands it over.
Yeah, I think the barter is worth it. So, Professor, did you say that you handed the coins over in a bag?
Yes,
Okay.
like a pouch.
So, Acacia's gonna take it and stop for a second and just be like, "Oh, that feels a lot heavier than 20 gold," and then sort of go to hers and pull out the remaining 25 at it and hand over the 75 and the wand.
Vizdrana takes the wand. A beautiful specimen. Happy to add it to my collection. And hands over the spell scroll for wrist pocket.
Awesome. I will immediately hand that over to Winnie. And then I'm assuming, as far as the components for transcribing, that might be better to locate. Well, I don't know. We might be able to get them here.
She says, I don't have any currently, but the Raven's Quill will have all the ink and paper you might need.
That was kind of my backup option. I'm happy that we were able to, that you were able to help again. Definitely will keep coming back for sure.
Well, I look forward to it. Thank you for your patronage today. It's always great to see a friendly face.
No worries.
And kind of looks
And
at the other two, and new ones as well, and kind of gestures to Winnie and the professor.
thank you so much, and thank you for the information. You'll see us again.
I hope so.
And are we exiting? Because Acacia was getting ready to exit. Was Professor Mayfield or Winnie looking for anything?
No, I'm good.
All right, so I guess we're gonna exit and head to the Raven's Quill.
Okay. Start moving towards that shop in the North Roads. Hopping back to Uri and Jawan. After the divide sails off, you do see a number of other boats here on Sarseep waters. What is it that the two of you are doing at this point? Getting a little bit later in the day here now. We're in late afternoon territory.
So you said we're next to a river, correct?
Yeah, you're kind of just a general area of where the river meets the lake.
Gotcha. How steady or how hard is the flow of this river?
Where it meets the lake, it's not too bad. There are parts of it that are more tumultuous, kind of whitewater areas. But overall, it's a pretty wide river, so those areas are have a little bit of distance between them.
Okay. Do we see people in the lake or in the river swimming or something, or are they just
I would say you don't see anybody swimming. Given the legends you've heard of this lake, it probably wouldn't be advised.
Okay. Well, Uri isn't known for taking advisement into consideration, so do you want to go for a swim before we head back? Jawan.
I mean, I was definitely looking for some. We'd said hunting, and then we said fishing, and I was thinking I might be able to mix both. I don't know.
What?
I was thinking of mixing the both. I was just trying to get a feel of how the river was. Don't want to lose too many arrows and fishes.
Well, I can get in the water and scare the fish into the surface, and then you can shoot them.
I mean, that might work.
We can do that. That sounds like fun. I mean, I'm halfway in the
like walking backwards into the water, saying
that. Yeah, I'm already there. If you're game for it, we're doing some weird fishing situation.
So there's not a ton. So this lake doesn't have a ton of gradual decline into the deeper parts. There is a bit of a ledge that you can walk into, and it drops off pretty steeply after that.
I swim happily.
And you feel comfortable at home. Probably the most comfortable you felt in a while.
Yes.
The tension of the day, the choices, the plans having to be made, all of this worry over what will happen, what you found. It's all gone. It just washes away when you get into the water.
I'll start, doing some dives down and trying to find little creatures for Jawan to start shooting at.
Okay. Give me an athletics check for the swimming.
Even with my swim speed, god damn it. Right. 14.
14. Okay. Pretty good. You're able to go down, and you see that on the side where it starts to where it's that steep descent. You see on the side there's some holes, and you look and you go, there's fish in there, and you go up and kind of go up and knock on them a bit, scares the fish out that swims up to the surface. You do a couple more and then start swimming underneath them, leading to the surface. Joanne, you're at the top. You see probably 5 or 6 large fish, variety of types of fish, some kind of more flounder looking, a couple that are more looking like salmon, but they start flopping up out of the water. You see the first one, and by the time you see the first one, it hops back in.
As soon as that first one pops out, I dock an arrow and just wait to see another one. I start like scanning the top of the water, waiting to see one surface.
Very quickly afterwards, maybe 2 seconds later, another one jumps out.
And I let loose an arrow.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Alright, do this just so it shows up right. Sweet. That is a 9.
A 9. Okay.
9.
You 9. You shoot and goes past the fish into the water. Another one jumps third and fourth at the same time. Another 2 seconds later, if you want to take another shot.
25.
25. That time, they're both jumping up, and it skewers both of them. You get them on the same arrow. As you get to close to the top of the surface of the water, you see cloud of red and 2 fish that have gone still with a wooden stick between them.
I like grab the arrow with the fish and I pop out and I'm like, we got it! And I like come out to the edge and kind of like throw it out.
Okay.
So that we can start collecting whatever fish we're getting.
As you get out of the water, you look back to that cloud of water. 15, 20 feet out, not very far.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at it. You see a large fin pop up out of the water. Given your background, you can tell that's a shark's fin for sure.
Okay. Can I, like, just from where I am, get back down below the water level and see what kind of shark it is?
Sure. Go ahead. You dip your head under the water. Roll a perception check.
Okay. Don't fuck me. Ooh, dirty 20.
Ooh,
No,
very
18.
nice.
Never mind, 18. Got too excited.
Okay. Okay. So you look down and you see this large shark. Based on, let's see. I would say you look down, a wide body on it. You're able to tell this is a giant bull shark.
In a lake?
Yeah.
Oh god. I wanted to take a note, not do that. Okay.
Joanne, you see this too as Uri gets out of the water. Large fin. Seems to be attracted to the blood from the fish that you shot.
Is it looking at me or is it like eating the fish?
No, I mean, it looks like it just kind of swam up to the cloud of blood in the water and is kind of swimming around that. Not doing anything specifically or looking at you.
Okay, wait, hold on. Alright, bad decisions will be made. I'll start like swimming towards it.
Start swimming towards a giant shark?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you do so. How close do you want to get?
I kind of just want to like slowly get up to it until I'm like maybe like 30 feet away from it.
Okay. It's not out very far. That
Okay.
would put you pretty close to the edge of the
Okay.
lake still. But yeah, you're able to do so. When you get in and start moving closer to it, it does start to look over in your direction and start slowly swimming that way.
Okay.
Can I see this?
All of it,
Going
yeah.
on?
You see all of it.
I have an arrow drawn,
Okay.
and I am going to hunter's mark the shark.
Okay.
Will the shark know you hunter's marked it? I wouldn't know, so I don't know why I'm asking these questions.
Doubtful.
Did I? Please tell me I did. Oh, please. I don't like this music change. Not a fan of the music change.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Feels
Well,
ominous.
I'm just gonna make a note. If the shark makes any kind of perceived aggressive maneuver, Juan is gonna let loose that arrow without a second
no.
thought.
That perceived aggressive maneuver is definitely what's going to get me killed. All right.
You said dumb decisions were being made. I figured I would jump on the train with you. Choo choo.
Very fair. I'll kind of do basically what would look like underground water bending at the shark and get just like 5 feet closer to it.
Okay. Okay. You're able to do so. It's moving towards you as well. So by the time you move 5 feet, it moves 5 feet, and you're 20 feet away.
Okay. Does it seem aggressive?
Roll an insight check.
Oh, yay. Yeah. Insight check on a shark. Okay. That's a 19.
A 19.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see the cloud of blood. You know it swam over here. It looks hungry.
Okay. Are there any fish around?
I would say probably down maybe about 25 to 30 feet around that area you were scaring them out of. There's some fish.
Would I need to get closer to the shark to get to the fish?
No, that would be straight down and backwards a little bit. But you would have to go. You would have to go deeper into the water to do it.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll go. I won't turn my back towards the shark, but I'll kind of like go towards where the little fish keys are, and kind of like tap them to make some fish come out.
Okay. So you go back down. By the time you do so, the shark's a lot closer now.
Okay.
We're talking between 15 and 10 feet away. You tap to get the fish to come out again, and a couple of them do.
Okay.
One of the large salmon-like ones darts out and sees the shark and tries to swim past it. And as it tries to swim past it, the shark turns its head and violently grasps down. And you see now, as it turns, the size and magnificence of this creature. It's very large.
I'll kind of do like a clap. And like the entire time, like my entire like my body's very relaxed. Like I'm not in panic because like this is not like an unusual thing. It's just like shark needs to eat, so I was just helping it out. Here are some fishies. And does the shark, as I'm like watching it eat, does it have like injuries on it as if it had been like chased by like humanoids or anything like that, or does it look really intact?
Roll a perception check here in the water. Joanne, you see Uria descend farther than you can see. Yeah. And goes deeper into the water. You can see the silhouette of the shark deep down. With a 10, there are some scars. There are some old wounds. You're not able to tell if they were made by, something that was hunting it or something that was fighting against it, or fighting to eat it. But there are definitely a lot of scars.
Okay.
It turns after easily devouring this salmon, and starts to circle again. It moves a little bit farther away, this time about 20 to 25 feet out. Circles the water and looks again at you. What are you doing down here in the water, about 30 feet down, 25 feet away from the shark, as it just stares at you, slowly moving forward?
I'll just kind of give it a nod, like a little bow, and start slowly kind of moving up.
All right, big roll here. Roll me an animal handling check.
All right. Don't fuck me, don't fuck me, don't fuck me, don't fuck me, don't fuck me. Oh no. That dice is on the ground now. Oh, okay. 19.
19. Needed to beat a 15. The shark starts to swim towards you as you're ascending. Jawan, you see in the water below the head of Uria start to float up to the top of the water. You see the shark approaching. Gets closer. Uria, you see it. And as it gets close, feet away, it turns. Close enough for you to reach out and touch it.
I must not touch the giant shark.
Jawan, you see it turn at the last minute as well. You don't see any aggressive behavior so far, but it's right up on her.
Sort of, as it turns away from her, I sort of ease up on the tension on the arrow. And sort of reach a hand out to offer Uriah a hand up.
Or you see Jawan reach down as you get out of the water.
I reach out and I get up. That thing is beautiful. But they're really large for a lake. There's something down there.
I mean, I'm sure there is. Just Iflon River runs quite a ways from coast to coast, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't quite made the venture myself, but spent some time in Jigao and talked to a couple of the goblins around there.
Mm-hmm. But no, there's no way. I myself traveled by boat down from Jigao to this area, but there's no way that animal would have made it through the river. He would have died. No, they were born here.
I mean, the parents might have migrated at some point, come further down the river. I mean, there was kind of a tense war going around here for quite some time, not that long ago, and that probably did its fair share of stirring up the wildlife.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't
wonder
know.
if...
I mean, it didn't seem aggressive, like it was out of place, you know? Like sometimes when an animal's not in its home, you know, it tends to be more aggressive because it's confused. And I don't know, that seemed at home.
Yeah. I don't know. I have a feeling that there's something down there that we need to get to.
I mean, if we were looking for a spot to hide those braces, near that shark might not be a bad idea.
I did find some hiding spots, that's for sure.
And Juan just sort of looks around the area for any kind of like landmarks that he knows aren't going to move mountains, trees, buildings, something like that. It's a little more stationary.
Sure.
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Just want to see if we can remember. 17.
17. You do see that here there are a few trees. Look probably like big, sturdy oaks. Not many leaves. But that would be the biggest, closest thing. There are various scattered boulders across the terrain. Nothing directly right here where you're at. But you could find a boulder easily enough.
Noted. Just
In
wanted
terms
to.
of, are you looking for like large stuff too, or just
No,
kind of
I'm more or less
closer?
just looking for some kind of visual landmark so that we may be able to find our way back here.
I see. Got it. Yeah, you're
Mhm.
able to mark a couple. The tree specifically, there's a large, what looks to be a white oak tree that's just on the edge of life and death. Is what it looks like, almost skeletal in nature rather than an actual living tree. But you're able to see that to mark the spot.
Okay,
And very good.
let's grab the fish and head back to town. It might take us a little bit.
And in the late afternoon hours, thinking of the day, everything that has happened, wondering, with the thoughts now turned back to the task at hand, the refreshing, cleansing waters of the Sorrow Seep Lake, no longer surrounding Uria. Joe and Uria's thoughts turned to the hiding places they may have found, to what the Sorrow Seep waters may hold themselves. And as Winnie, Acacia, and Professor Morgan Mayfield head towards the Raven's Quill, that's where we're going to end the session for the day.
Woo! Yay! Clap, clap, clap.
Just to get a little housekeeping out of the way, because I did not do this at the top of the session, the music we use on the session today was from filmmusic.io. All the information for all of the songs can be found down in the panels below. You can find links to the website where you can get more information, get licensing, or get a license, I should say, rather, for the tracks, or just listen to yourself. Highly recommend. It's great stuff. With that, we are going to end session 3 for Sanctums and Spies. We'll be back again this time next week. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Bye.